You are watching the vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the vodka stream. It's Friday. We made it through another week. Cheers, everyone. Oh, man. Got lots to talk about, of course. I mean, we just got some, Superman casting news. It's I don't know. It's been weird. Still waiting for Mr. Jimmy Gunn to, confirm some of this stuff and debunk whatever. I don't know. There's a lot of things happening out there. Man, I tell you what, I have like people arguing underneath a tweet, my Supergirl tweet. Like, this, you gotta love it, because it was just like a simple tweet of just like, yeah, when we get that Supergirl casting, it's gonna be interesting. Heads will turn. But anyways, guys, go ahead and, start submitting questions. We're not going to do the whole Q&A thing that long this time, because obviously I have a guest. Mr. Chris Balga is going to be joining, and a long time coming. And hopefully we'll have a good conversation with him. And then, of course, we'll have a good conversation with him. We'll get to know Chris, get his origin story, as I always like to say. And then, of course, we'll get some other people on, and we'll have a great discussion tonight. So looking forward to it. All right, we got Super Godzilla X vlogs. Well, first off, cheers, guys. Here, do you have some vodka? Good stuff. I love that you support director's cuts. Yeah, always, man. Always. And that's why it's funny, because, I'll get people that that say like the Ayer cut doesn't need to come out, this, that, and this. And I'm just like, okay, why not? Any cut of any director that were to come out and be like, that wasn't my movie, I want my movie to come out, I would gladly support that. What's wrong with that? I don't see what's wrong with that. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. Good evening, Shane. Good to see you too. Let's see who else we have here. We got Max Wolf. What is going on? Fear Jason is here. Good to see you, buddy. All right. Shohei Ohtani, is he traded? Did he get traded to a freaking team yet? No, it's between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers or whatever. Who's excited for the Ayer cut of Suicide Squad? I am, since we finally getting the actual. I know. It's still, I think there's still work to do. I just love the fact, and that's why I wanted to get, obviously the discussion tonight is get everybody's opinion on how David Ayer has been talking about it recently. Obviously, he's promoting his new movie that's going to be coming out, Beekeeper. So, yeah, I love the fact that he is just 100% just like putting it out there and just not like, fuck it, I'm going to say this, I'm going to say that. I don't give a shit what anybody says. What's going on, Tet? Always great to see you. We got Eleanor right here. And, of course, Mr. Jason McKenzie helping out that pirate ship, which, of course, every little bit helps. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Cheers to you. Look for the vodka stream. Hit that like, sub, do all that. Cheers. Cheers. You're always helping out the pirate ship there. Jason, always appreciate it. Every little bit helps, right? Goes right back into just trying to upgrade stuff and do all the things, That's what you got to do when you're running this kind of stuff. Hey, Dave, so I heard that The Mandalorian Season 4 is going to be a movie. Yeah, I think there was talks about that, because they're basically with the shows, all the Filoni stuff. It's just they're going to start moving it into movie. Well, the reason why I would imagine too is because, again, we're no longer in this pandemic. It's not, obviously COVID is going to be very much out there all the time. And, everybody just has to just take it upon themselves to protect themselves and everything like that. But obviously, after the 2-year long, with everything that was going on, Disney just went full. Every streaming service just went full, like, hey, we got to just, it is interesting, because I was actually thinking about this today, because I was watching something. You guys know that I watch mainly comedy podcasts. I watch, it's just, and there was a comedy podcast boom that happened during the pandemic, because stand-up comedy. You couldn't go out to see stand-up comedy. So a lot of the comics just started a podcast, and Joe Rogan, obviously the king of the podcast, was encouraging that. And it worked for the most part because a lot of podcasts got big. So I have like my 5 or 6 that I rotate through. And so a lot of podcasts got big. So the comic podcast blew up, became very profitable for them, and it came this big thing, and now every comedian has a podcast and everything. It was a big boom. I mean, obviously it might start, going down a little bit, but for the most part that went boom. But when it came to streaming services, they put all their money into streaming everything, to projects and shows and movies, and now that cash flow is just not there that they thought it was going to be. So now it seems like anything that was supposed to be a series, and this is why it makes sense. Like, all right, yeah, instead of making a Mandalorian series where you're going to have 6 or 7 episodes and have to pour in this money for that production, and people to just be like, well, this episode sucked, this part sucked, what the hell are they doing? Just make it into a movie. I mean, we already have 3 seasons. I mean, how many more adventures can we see, Mando and little Grogu go on, anymore, and I think that was just the plan, is just to make that cinematic universe kind of thing that they're going to be doing. Just like, Armor Wars, that was going to be a show. Now it's going to be a movie. I'm sure some other Marvel projects are just going to be movies now. So what do you think, and your thoughts on Sasha Calle's take on Superman? I liked her. I liked Sasha Calle. I didn't think she had enough time to breathe, but I thought what we saw was great. I thought she did a good job. I mean, like when it comes to the Flash, I really enjoyed the Flash. I mean, yeah, there's some things, of course, in there that maybe, whatever, but for the most part, I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed her as a Supergirl. That's why, when I put out that tweet that there's going to be backlash, especially since everybody's assuming that they're just going to go the blonde hair, blue-eyed version. And, in this day and age, let's face it, people are gonna be mad about that. There's gonna be outraged because now they went from a Latina to that. It's just the way it is. And that's what my tweet was all about. And it's just funny because there's just arguments all around, and people are just like, mainly people are agreeing. Like I said, I've had 2 tweets now that have just like caused some controversy. I had, of course, my clip at the earlier this week when I posted on Monday about Zach talking about Amber Heard, and God forbid, man, you start chiming in about the whole Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing, because both sides just will hate you. Because I'm very partial. I'm like very in the middle on all that. So I pissed off both sides, but mainly the Amber Heard side for sure. So, but anyways, hey, we got RJ here. Happy. You know what? Emily Rudd. I am with you on that, sir. I did not know who that was until I saw somebody. I saw her on my timeline, and she reminds me of a girl actually I know. Like the eyes, I was like, that looks like, it's like somebody that I know in real life, that I might have had a crush on a long time ago, but, not anymore. She's happily married, and I'm happily, but yeah, I'm happily in a relationship too. So, but I was like, wow, that looks like, so I'm actually with it because it's those eyes. So I'm actually with you on that. And I was actually surprised because she looks really young, and she's like 30 years old. Crazy. But, she could still play it. I know there's supposedly the rumor is that they're looking for somebody in their mid-20s, but I thought she was in her early 20s, or maybe even younger. Geez, we start at 7 now. What the hell? It's been the time has changed. It's been like this for a bit here, Joel, but it's okay. Just mark your calendars. There's nothing. Yeah, but I changed it a little bit ago. I'm a big fan, a Gunn fan, and I'm looking forward to the DCU, but casting shot. Yeah, I know. I don't think anybody's really for this casting. Again, I'm like wondering if it's even true, but it almost sounds like, okay, so this is just going to be like a quick scene, and that's going to be it. I'm not saying that Sean Gunn can only just play one type of character. According to Scott McClellan, I saw him tweet at somebody that said he was in the Terminal List, which I still have to watch. And apparently he does a very good job in that. I'm like, so, I mean, I know everybody just sees him as, oh, yeah, he does mocap for James Gunn. He's always in James Gunn movies. But He's also been in other things too, and has, spread his wings as well. But I know I don't really like it either. It's very weird. But I do like the fact that there's a Lex Luthor and a Maxwell Lord in this universe, right? I do like that. Hey, it is Mr. Travis. That's right, giving some of that hype right there. He's got of course, maybe Travis will be joining us later. I know he said he was going to be seeing Godzilla tonight, which everybody should be seeing Godzilla -1. I don't know how much I have to stress, try to support that movie. And they keep on extending it because there's so much hype behind it. And this is, again, when Godzilla -1 is one of those things because it's a big blockbuster IP. I mean, obviously, we're going to be talking about Godzilla Kong, the New Empire tonight as well. I want to give everybody's take on the trailer. I mean, that's the Americanized version, which is very, very popcorny. But -1 is Japanese and very much true to the lore of Godzilla. And it was made for a low budget. And the fact that good word of mouth is helping get this movie to spread around, and it's making money, and it's getting a wider and wider release. This is why I stress about Rebel Moon, which Rebel Moon is now getting more screens as well because of the social media hype. That's the thing. It's that's why you got to push some of these hashtags. Sometimes, I remember before where I was like, hashtags are not enough, but now here, when it came to Snyder Cut stuff, I remember thinking we got to do more than just hashtags. But at the same time, now it's just well, hashtags are still doing some things. So what's going on, Droga? Good to see you. Some news today, I see. Yeah, some little bit of news today for sure, at least from the Sean Gunn as Max Lord casting. We're getting a good idea of what Gunn really likes and what he's interested in comic book wise. He's really leading into a lot of that. What's going on, Chuck? Mahershala Ali recently said Blade is yeah, I know. And then we got a new Blade video game coming out. It's just I bet you the Blade video game went in development as soon as the movie was announced, and we still are waiting to get a completed script of the movie, and we already have a video game that has images and everything that had already coming out, man. What's going on? Yeko Fury Moto. What's happening? Yeah, just chilling. Yeah, we could use that too. I want the Schumacher cut as well, so man. We'll see what happens. Hey, we got Rhea right here. Oh, we got Nana. Oh, we got Nana right here. Nana was she went to a little certain something when it came to Rebel Moon in London. Saw some images, and not jealous at all. Not jealous, but saw those images, hanging out with the cast, shooting a picture with Charlie Hunnam, will it be, and of course Sophie, and Ray and Zach and Debbie. Man, cheers to you. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen at the LA premiere, but looks like I got my invite. Cheers. That's right. I was wondering, I'm like, is it coming? Oh, looks like Wednesday. Yours surely might be looks like gonna be attending that Rebel Moon premiere in LA. That's right. What about Schumacher? Yes, exactly. We want that. All right. Let's see who else we got here. Okay. It's just sad that Aquaman is probably going to be, well, it's not shelved. It's not going to be shelved. It's still very much coming out. It's just not going to probably make that much. So see, there you go. See, that's the thing. And that's the thing. It's we have to realize that. I mean, I get it. Some people are like, well, Sean Gunn sucks and this, but that's the second time I've heard that he's fantastic in that. And that's no association to James Gunn. Now, granted, it does have Chris Pratt in it, so there is a little bit of a thing right there. It's a thing right there. What the? My mom is calling me right now. I forgot to call her back. Does she realize that I'm streaming right now? Hello. Hey, there we go. Another $50 super chat. Appreciate it, Jason. Bummed for Sasha Kaye. I thought she was great, but at the same time, not surprised Gunn is going for the traditional comic book Supergirl. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, she knows that I'm. Okay, I don't know. It's like now I'm kind of wondering, is everything okay? Everything okay? Sound like okay. Anyways, Okay, sorry about that. I don't know why she's calling her. She knows I'm streaming, right? Let me just text her real quick. Make sure that everything's good. Sometimes, it's like, wait, okay. Everything okay? I'm streaming. All right, just making sure. Just making sure. You're exhausted, but worth it. I'm sure. I'm sure. And it's all that must have been a lot of fun. Not jealous at all, but good times. Good times. All right. And then of course I got Willem. All right. All right, let's get my guest in here now. I've done enough chatting. Cheers, guys. Only poured a little bit of vodka because I knew it was going to be a short one, but just hold on. Okay. All right. There you go. Because I think when it comes to the premiere that's going to be happening Saturday, we'll see. I think she might have to bring Mama Film Junkie to that. Anyways, all right. Let me go ahead and set my tweet, and we'll get our guest in here, and we'll get to know Chris. All right. Let's see, Chris. Come on. I love it when there it is. I love it when Twitter search just doesn't immediately find who you're. It's like I'm following. Okay. Anyways, has joined the stream. All right. Okay. There we go. Post that. All right. Let's go ahead and get him in here. We'll do that. Let's see. Make sure that's good. Chris, what is happening?
How you doing?
Oh, doing pretty good. How you doing, sir?
It's Friday night. It's been a very long week.
Has it? Yes. I feel you on that one. Chris Balga. Am I saying your last name right?
Balga.
Balga. Okay. There you go. I wasn't sure because, people say my last name wrong all the time. But hey, it happens. But thank you for joining. Of course, host of Finest Believers podcast and co-host of Marvel A podcast? Part of the Marvel, yeah.
Yeah, Marvel Alliance. Yep.
Marvel Alliance. That's what it is. Obviously part of the Geekverse, right? With Travis and all those chuckleheads right there. Yep. And it's funny too because obviously we've been a part of the charity streams that's happened. You were part of the last one. We both you did questions for, what was your duty on that one?
Marvel.
That's right. You did Marvel, of course. Yeah, I did the DC portion. So we've always crossed paths, but then it was oh, wait a minute, let's start having chats with each other here. But yeah, thank you.
It's like ships passing in the night,
Pretty much is sometimes. And it's funny too because I'm so terrible at Twitter that I thought I was following you. It always happens. This happened with William that's in the chat. I thought I was following him. I think it's just because I see your stuff, because Twitter's weird. And sometimes I'll just go through the whole thing of the For You stuff. So I'll just be scrolling through that because I like seeing oh yeah, when it picks and just, oh yeah, that's cool. And I'll just think I'm following people. So
as you see, I'm so upset.
I know, exactly. You're about to leave right now. I know. Exactly. No, but nice shirt too, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Appreciate. But anyways, so let's get to know you a little bit before we start diving into things. How long have you been doing podcasting and everything?
I started doing it in 2019. So, and what it was, I was in the it's a great time to do a podcast when you are right in the middle of moving homes at that point. But I decided to start a show, my first show, World's Finest True Believers. It's a podcast about where a guest comes on and they choose a comic book arc or graphic novel from any publisher, and we do a deep dive into it, looking at the background, the writer, artists, and then the guest fan guys and girls over all their favorite parts about it. And the reason I kind of put that out there was I'm a big comic book nerd, but I always love hearing and understanding what the backstories are of why they were created, either the personal touches or wanted to put their own spin on it. And so that always fascinated me. But since I no longer collected single issues, I didn't have necessarily, go to the comic book shop anymore and, talk about it with amongst fellow geeks there. So I said, well, let me put out a show out there where I can have people come on and talk about that. So I premiered it in summer of 2019, May and June of 2019, when Endgame came out, thinking that, hey, there's going to be
Perfect.
people wanting to look at that, and so in between now I'm coming up on about 100 episodes coming out next year. So been doing
Nice.
it for a while, and got to meet a whole lot of people from the podcasting community. Even had talking to a number of comic book creators, which has been a dream come true.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, and it's a cool concept. I like the fact, I mean, diving deep into it. And, there might be something in the future where I might be showing up.
Maybe.
Maybe might be a little something that's, when it comes to that. But no, I like the concept because, there's some of these books that we've read that we've known for a bit. I mean, that just kind of, like, I don't know how many times I mean, there's numerous ones I could, talk to that you just go back and read every now and again. And just kind of, even recently with Zach, obviously doing a lot of press for Rebel Moon, but he's been doing a lot of talking about The Dark Knight Returns. And that's just one of the books that he just loves so much. It's his favorite book. And he's just doing a lot more talking about that now. And the fact that, I mean, obviously when it came to BVS, we know he pulled a lot of things in there, even some in in Justice League. I mean, the fact that they that shot of Batman on top of the tank, and then you got like those guys tied up. They look like they're wearing some form of big sunglasses, and might be those might be some mutant guys right there.
Yeah.
Just little Easter eggs, and and I just love the fact that he always talks about, and we could always go back to those books that, when it comes to what we do now, like what shaped us when it came to all this, and and it's, and like you were saying, it's like getting more of the backstory on it, why it was created, what went to the process of this and that and this, and really breaking it down. That's just really cool. It's really cool. And I think, if we're going to do this, I have a good one.
Okay.
Yeah. You sent me a list and I was like, there's one that's on a list that I think we could have fun with.
And that's why I like put it out there in the sense of, it's any publisher. It's whatever, and guests have come on, and a lot of times, many times, it's been books or things I've never even read before, so it gives me kind of a window in. And to your point too, it's also sometimes becomes a therapy session for the guest too, because of that personal connection. Like I always ask, like towards the end, is like, why do you keep coming back to this? What is the impact it has on you, and why? What kind of brings this out of you? Like, you bring up, Zach putting in, Dark Knight Returns. He even pulls from All-Star Superman with, things that Jor-El says at that point towards the end of that run.
Yeah, I know. It's just really cool. And I like the concept. And I know, and like when it comes to certain books, I mean, there's sometimes where I'm just like, it almost could be comfort food, but I'm like that with movies. I'm like that with movies where it's just, you have like a certain movie that just maybe you're just feeling like, it's like, just put that on, have that on the background. It just kind of, there's some comfort food. But sometimes, when you just sit down, like I got my little bookshelf over there that has, different like graphic novels in it. And sometimes I'll just grab and just open it up just to just revisit, even if I'm not fully reading it. And I'm just kind of just looking through it and remembering some of the stuff. Like, it's just, it just could be a certain kind of comfort food. So I really, really dig the idea that you have with that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's, they were, and then, getting connected with the Geekverse guys, that was like a year after, like March of, something interesting happened, a pandemic. We're all stuck at home.
Exactly.
And I had met Travis through we've been on different casts together at that point. He reaches out saying, hey, we're getting ready to start a separate network from Geekverse. Would you be interested in kind of bringing World's Finest over? But if you're not interested in bringing that over, would you come over and what would become Marvel Alliance? And we co-hosted that together for about a year before he kind of work life got a little bit changed for him for the good. And now I'm with my current co-host, Brent, formerly from Squadcast, comes over to us at that point, brings that over there. And so we've been doing that. We're getting ready to, World's Finest doing 100 episodes. We're getting ready to come up on 200 episodes for Marvel Alliance. And we just cover weekly what's going on in Marvel, comics, TV, streaming, movies, everything, the good and the bad that come with it.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, right nowadays, it just seems like people are, you see it all the time when it comes to comic books. I mean, I wish I could go. There's a comic book shop in the town that I grew up in, which is right over the hill. I mean, there's one in the mall over here. It's not as great. It's just in the mall. It mainly it's like half the fucking place is just like Funko Pops and figurines and everything. And then it's just half of it's comic books. And of course you could sift through and everything. But anyway, it's nice. It's great. And I've purchased a lot of things there. But there's a comic book shop that I always like going to in the town that I grew up in that's right over the hill. And there's just something well, I mean, it's obviously anytime I walk into one of those, anytime I walk into it, I just feel like a child again. But it's just like when I used to live in a different town, there's a new comic book shop that showed up, and I went in there. It's a small place, and I got to know the owner. It was one of those things where once a week I just went in there, and I'd be in there for 2 hours because I'm just shooting shit with him. We're just going back and forth. I really got into the Rebirth DC stuff. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna because I didn't really get too much into the New 52 stuff. So when I heard, oh, they're gonna revamp it, I was like, all right. I didn't get into the New 52. I'm going to get into all the Rebirth stuff as much as I can and just dive into it. So I would go in there once a week, at least, sometimes twice, and just, pull. And then I would just, purchase. And then I would just be leaned up against the counter and just be talking shit with him while, other people are also, and that was always nice. But of course, it didn't last. He had a closed shop because it just wasn't. And it's just, when it comes to the comic book industry now, I mean, it's kind of struggling.
Yeah, especially when they're the debate between, digital and physical at that point. I've got some on my shelf back here. Used to be all physical, but, I'm in my basement right now. I have space, but space runs out. So it's one of those where I'm moving to.
Hell, that's a Scott McClellan. Sorry.
Yeah. I did joke with him. I said, one day you're gonna have to do a tour just to see how big this place is that you store everything.
I don't know where he finds the space, but he does. Anyways.
Yeah. But it's that idea that now I'm kind of 60-40 leaning more towards digital just because of the space thing and becoming more picky in the sense of, well, I really don't need everything, but I'm going to go with the stuff that I had the personal connection to. And you got things like DC Universe Infinite, you've got Marvel Unlimited, and all these other different streaming platforms. But you never know when things are going to go away. But you think with at least the big two, they're going to hold on to their properties. You won't worry about those going away.
No, I mean, yeah, and that's the thing. Digital, when it comes to book stuff, I have to have a physical copy. I mean, there's just even regular books. I've tried to read books on my phone or on this, but I'm staring at screens all my day job. It's just screen. So if I actually want to read a book, I want to just have a physical copy. But going to the movie side of it, like what you were saying, is running out of space. I mean, I still have boxes of old DVDs, boxes and boxes of old DVDs. I don't want to get rid of them because they're they're just movies and movies and movies. I don't have them displayed anywhere or anything like that. And there's always that thing when it comes to physical media. And yeah, it's great because you just never know what's going to happen when it comes to streaming services. They could just disappear, and then it's oh, we don't have them. So physical media is great. It's all great. I mean, even when it comes to music and all that stuff, it's all great. But at the same time, there is, like you said, space, and then there's convenience too, because sometimes I'm just what do I feel like watching? And you can just go boop, boop, boop. Oh yeah, let's watch Face Off, put it on right now, even though I have the DVD for it, in a box somewhere. Yeah.
Done the exact same thing when I was dating my wife, and I had, my big thing was movies like yourself.
Yeah.
And she would joke with her friends, I really don't need to go to Blockbuster. I just have Chris, and I just look at his collection and just.
God, I miss those days of going to Blockbuster. I miss those days of going to Blockbuster. I've always said that, when it comes to VR technology, just give me an app where that simulates me walking. If I'm going to pick a movie, let me simulate me walking into a Blockbuster, you know, just have that ambiance of Friday night. It's Blockbuster. You got movies playing on the TVs or like previews playing. You got the discount shelf with all like the old, like, we don't need these anymore that you could sift through. And then, of course, you like walk up to a movie and hope that, hey, behind the cover, hopefully there's a Blockbuster like casing in there. Because if there's not, we don't have it. I miss those
And you
days.
got to have that smell, that certain smell that they would have walking in. There's that mix of popcorn and plastic.
Thank you. I was just about to get to that. I'm like, yes, feed me that scent that was in those video stores, even if it's not a Blockbuster. I mean, I went to the local video stores, like over where I grew up. It was Fox Video that my mom would take me to every Friday to pick out 2 movies, only got 2, but which was fine, you know, one for Friday, one for Saturday. But then, of course, sometimes we would go to Blockbuster, and then, of course, Hollywood Video was a thing too. But yeah, give me like that experience again. That's, you know, and I'm telling you, I'm like, Blockbuster or even I don't know, Netflix could even do it if they wanted to, but I'm just saying, like, if the VR technology is gonna get any more advanced, like have that, like bring that back. I mean, of course, obviously with kids nowadays, they don't know what the hell that was, but it was an awesome time when, like, hey, let's go rent a movie. Okay. And especially if you had a sleepover, holy shit, that's when you got 3 movies. Oh, that's when mom said, okay, you could have 3 this time.
I mean, I sometimes feel that I was dating with some of my work colleagues when I mentioned Mr. Wizard, and only one person knew who that was, and the other person was like, "Who's Mr. Wizard?" I was like, "Oh God."
Like, what? Oh man, I know. Isn't that disappointing sometimes when you say something like that and they're like, huh? Like, oh, please. You don't know. And then of course you want to educate, but then sometimes you're like, I don't have the time.
No. And you won't appreciate it. You'll just kind of nod and just give me and placate me.
Yeah, I know. It's just it's funny because, you know, when I'm not saying like now we're like these like old men that are just like, well, back in our day, but sometimes you kind of feel like that, or it's like back in our. I remember when I recently watched, you know, got kicked off the holiday or the Christmas movie watching during Thanksgiving. I had 3 different Thanksgivings, which was, you know, it was great. But like when I went to my mom's, which was on the Friday, because we went somewhere else on Thursday. So Friday, my mom did the traditional thing and we just watched Home Alone. They're like, cool. Obviously it was a good way to start. And then when me and the girlfriend, we went back to her place and we're like, let's watch Home Alone 2. All right. So we watched Home Alone 2 and the Talk Boy. Remember the Talk Boy that he had? I had one. And I was telling her all about it.
I wanted one. I never got one. And so I'm jealous.
Oh, it was like my favorite thing. I ran that thing into the ground to the point where it couldn't even record anymore. That's how much I used that thing. But I mean, it's just she obviously understood it. She's of age and everything. She understood. She just didn't know about like what exactly, like, because she never had one or anything, something like that. But obviously she understood, you know, tapes and all that stuff. Yep. She knows all that. But it was just like, and I was just even said, like, imagine like trying to explain this to like, because she has a 13-year-old son. I'm like, imagine explaining this to him. He wouldn't. He'd be like, what the fuck? Really? You had this big thing.
I have an iPhone.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what? I could just like, you know, open up an app and just go boop and just do the same thing. There's probably even a Talk Boy app for all we know.
Yeah, probably these days.
Yeah, but it probably just looks like it or something like that. But I mean, it was kind of cool because I mean, you just like it wrapped around, you know, you had wrapped around your hand, and then and then you had, of course, just regular tapes. But trying to explain that to, they'd be like, okay, boomer. They just say that shit or whatever the hell the term is.
I'll just, you know, you borderline saying, you know, back in our day, and you borderline saying, oh, am I gatekeeping now?
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, it's great. I remember having a rewinder. Did you ever have a rewinder? Like an automatic, like you would just rewind the tape
I think when I was like elementary school age, I think I remember my parents having one of those.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was like, if anybody wants to know what a rewinder is like, well, first off, if you know, talking about Blockbuster renting movies, you might get a charge if you didn't rewind the tape. So
rewind.
Exactly. And there's actually a movie starring Jack Black and I forgot the other guy. God, what was that other guy's name? Anyways, that made a movie called Be Kind, Rewind. He was like a singer rapper guy. I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, that was always the thing. Be kind. So there was literally a rewinder that you just stuck it in, pushed it down, and it just went and just rewound it within 30 seconds, maybe a minute, depending on how long the tape was. But yeah, I remember those. Like, I thought those were just thought it was really cool because it made noise and it was really fast and it sounded like it was.
And now apparently people buying up VHS tapes and selling them for bank right now. What, Pete Davidson did that or something?
Dude, I mean, that's what's so funny about old technology is, I mean, in the past couple or few years, is like vinyl with music made a boom. Like, people were buying up vinyl. I even got to the point where I was like, man, I feel like getting a record player and just like buying some old records and just, going old school with that. But it like made a boom where people were going to like these old, I mean, at the same mall at that comic book, there's a record shop in there and it's still booming. Like, every time I walk past there's people in there. Like, it is crazy how people like do appreciate that older technology. But I didn't hear about the Pete Davidson thing. What was that?
I think he came. I think I can't remember what late night show I was thumbing through TikTok one day, and I came across one where he was saying that he bought a whole bunch. Whether it's true or not, it's Pete Davidson. He could be exaggerating something these days, but buying up a whole bunch of VHSs just sitting on a gold mine right there, and I kind of think in my back of the head. So that's kind of like the stock market, man. You gotta sell it while it's high, or you're just gonna be stuck with 800,000 VHS tapes that are. Going to be
maybe. I mean, maybe there was some I mean, I can understand that being, and I mean, especially when you had like long movies like JFK or even Titanic before. Like, I mean, that was when DVDs started maybe starting to show. Yeah, they started showing up when that was. But I mean, remember they were like, you had 2 tapes because the movie was that long. Oh, anything over 3 hours.
Was another one, yeah.
Godfather, same thing. It was like you had to have 2 tapes. And I remember being so like mesmerized by that as a kid and just being like, oh, wow, you would literally have to stop, eject the first tape, put in the second one, and then continue. You couldn't watch it all the way through. So, I mean, there's stuff like that. And I'm sure there's some movies that maybe that he found that they're just, and it's the fact that they're on tape. Crazy. And then it reminds me of, you ever see a movie called Videodrome? James Woods.
Yes.
It's David Lynch. It's a David Lynch movie. But one of the things about it was like, long live the new flesh, and the scene where he like literally pulls a videotape out of his like stomach because it's a trippy ass movie. But I don't know why it just like it just rang in my head. But like when
we're talking videotapes, might as well just put it out of our bodies.
Exactly. But it's a freaky weird movie. Like, I haven't seen it in a long time, but I don't know why I just thought about that right now. But he pulls out the tape out of his stomach and it's like pulsating. It's very strange. David Lynch, again, him. He's the body horror type, but I don't know why I just thought about that right now. Anyways. Random thoughts, that's all. But it is and then of course DVDs were like such a thing. Like I said, I have a big, huge DVD collection. And then, of course, there was Blu-ray. And then, now we got 4K. And then it's steel books. And there's just so many things. And it's like, which ones do you choose sometimes?
Yeah, I'm getting to the point where now, like, most of my collection now is Blu-ray. I still have some DVDs hanging out there. But then it's just like, oh, am I upgrading everything to 4K? I was like, well, I'll just pick and choose as deals come along. And the movies are great, but kind of like my show, it's just like, I love like the commentaries, the behind the scenes stuff. I love seeing and understanding the process.
Do they really do they do commentaries still? I mean, they kind of do, I guess, right? But not as much as they once did, right? With DVDs.
I mean, it's one of those things that, directors and cast have to find the time to do it, and some people really like doing it. I think one of my absolute favorite commentaries comes from Ghostbusters.
Oh yeah.
And on the original DVD, they had it in the sense of like Mystery Science Theater 3000, where you saw Ivan Reitman, Harold Ramis, and I can't remember the other one that was there, and they were just pointing at the screen.
Producer.
One of the producers, and it was just like the stuff they would talk about. It was just like it's definitely one of my favorite commentaries because of all the backstories they would talk about.
One of my favorites was Mallrats. Okay. Yeah. And I know like your Twitter profile pic has Kevin Smith in it. But one of my favorites was Mallrats because it was Kevin Smith, it was Jason Mewes, Ben Affleck, and the producer. What's his producer? Buddy, I forgot it.
Scott Mosier.
There it is, Scott Mosier. So, and it was freaking so fantastic just to hear, because if anybody knows, I mean, Mallrats is probably one of my, it might be my favorite Kevin Smith movie, because that's when I got to know who Kevin Smith was. And I just love that movie. And just because, you know, it was comic books, it was movies, it was, it had everything like that I loved, you know, it was Batman references like crazy. And it just loved that movie. But if anybody knows that movie, it was different. If you watch like an actual director's cut or see the cut scenes, they don't get to the mall till about a half hour in. I don't know if you know this, but I'm sure you do. But yeah, they don't. There's like a whole other thing that happens before they get to the mall. And that's one of the things that Kevin Smith says in that commentary. He's like, oh yeah, we cut out a bunch of shit because if you name a movie Mallrats, get them to the mall quicker than I did, because I had this whole other thing where that was going on. And that's what was so great about that commentary, because of just because of how that movie got rearranged so much. And even though that movie didn't do well at the box office and it's considered one of Kevin Smith's like bombs, like in critical and everything, I fucking love that movie. Yeah.
It's great. And one of the reasons I have that as my profile picture, not just because Kevin Smith, because it's one of the reasons hearing him on one of his Q&As talking to someone in the sense of trying to say, you know, I've got the script out there where you read it, you know, I'm not even done with it, but he's like, just finish it. Just put it out there. You know, you got an idea. If someone reads it and picks it up, great. And so that kind of inspired me at that moment to say, like, you know, I want to do a podcast. I have something to say, and I want to get people on there to want to say, I'm just going to put it out there. 5 people listen to it so much. I never thought I'd be part of a network. I never thought I'd be part of I never thought I'd ever be on your stream at that point. But it's one of those things that's putting it out there and just doing it. And so when I got that chance to meet him after a Q&A, I said, you know, I know you've only got a minute or stuff like that, but I just want to let you know that you're one of my inspirations for what got me to do it.
I appreciate
it. Say what, you know, you will about Kevin Smith at that point, but it's just like, he was genuine in the sense of, man, that meant a lot. He said, you know, that's awesome. You put it out there, and I'm great to be part of your journey. So they say sometimes never meet your heroes, and that time it worked out.
That's the thing. Yeah, I know that saying. Yeah, it can be true. Can be true in some certain circumstances, but like you said, like just saying that he's like being the inspiration, I would say that too, because I mean, I saw Mallrats on Stars in like 1997, and I just fell in love with that movie. And anytime that I saw, again, we're aging ourselves here, but when I look into the TV guide and it'd be like, oh, Mallrats is on again at this time, so I'm definitely gonna make sure I'm gonna watch it again. You know, there's sometimes where it's like, yeah, you could, if like he said, and I've even had that you know, people ask me like, you know, I want to start this, I want to start my own thing, what can you give me some pointers and this, that, and this? And all I say is like, turn on the camera, turn on the microphone, and just go. I don't even have it all figured out. I mean, I don't even have it all figured out, but you just learn as you go, and you have to change with the times, because like you said, you know, when it came to, obviously when we're talking about the pandemic, I mean, I didn't start doing, I've been doing the vodka stream for a while now, but that was it. And then when it came to Film Junkie Live, it was like, well, people are at home, might as well just start doing like this other thing too. And, you know, and then you just kind of just learn how to go. And I'm like, it's all trial and error. Just figure out what works.
And Travis and I would joke about it and still do. It's like, wait a minute, you started a new network in the middle of the pandemic when there's no content. What do? We got very creative in those early shows.
Oh, I'm sure. You have to.
Like, a lot of top 10 lists, a lot of where we think they're going at that point. And then when we came to a year on the network, that's when the first Marvel movie came back out after the pandemic. It's like, oh gosh, we actually have something to talk about.
Yeah. So. Well, I know. I mean, even like during the strike that just happened, I mean, there was like, I remember I was doing 3 Film Junkie Lives a week, Monday through Wednesday, and that was hard. That was difficult. That was difficult to be like, all right, I got to make sure I got all these topics and everything like that ready to go. And then it was just like, all right, I think I need to dial it down a little bit because now I'm getting a little burnt out. So I was like, all right, let's remove Tuesday and just have Monday and Wednesday. But then the strike happened, not a lot of things coming out. So it was like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and just like, I'm going to remove like that. But then I'm like, let's make it a members only one. So if anybody who's a member, it could be a personal like type of stream, like half an hour and just, you know, we could talk shit and whatever the hell. Now I'm like wondering going into 2024, I might have to do a public one again because now it seems like now it's like, oh shit, yeah, here we go, we're back in it now.
Yeah.
Strikes are over, things are getting crazy right now. So yeah, you just gotta move, you just gotta roll with whatever the fuck's happening, you know.
And that's the thing, even with doing Marvel Alliance every week, like Brent and I, when we're going over, we've got a show like we just doing Loki. So it's like we can talk. We usually do like an hour of a breakdown looking at every little angle about it at that point. But then there's news. And so we got to be picky and choosy because we're recording at 9:00 Eastern Standard Time on a Thursday night. Yeah. And we both got work in the morning. So, you know, we can only go so long because we both got to wake up in the morning at that point. So we got to be picky. But now that we don't have a show to go over, we can, you know, talk about some news topics that we would say, let's maybe punch that to next week at that point. So.
Yeah, I know. And it's so interesting too, because I'll even catch myself with this because I always try to, you know, my thing is like, if I do a long, like an hour and a half live stream and I can pick clips out of it, certain topics, but man, sometimes it just seems like those topics, they're just irrelevant within a day, you know? And I'm like, if I don't jump on it and I can't, I have a day job. I can only do so much. So sometimes I can't even like, yeah, I've talked about it right here, but it's like, oh yeah, that would be good for a clip or good for a short video or something like that. And then all of a sudden it's just like 2 days have passed. Nobody gives a shit about this anymore. It's like,
well, apparently maybe the Amber Heard people and the Supergirl people at that, maybe you start putting some red eyes on it at that point, you know?
Oh, I knew when I was like, I was like, all right, I'm going to clip out the Zack Snyder Amber Heard thing. And it was the funny thing because I was defending Zack from the,
you were.
I was defending Zack from the Johnny Depp people, but the Amber Heard people got more mad at me. That's what was so funny. It was like, I was like, I mean, and I don't know. It was like, you know, Zack and Debbie they're great people. Obviously, I've had conversations with them, met them in real life. They're great people, and they supported her. I 100% get that. But at the same time, they were making it seem like, man, they have Zoom calls with her every week, or they have her over at dinner. Like, it's very personal. I'm like, I don't think it's that far. It's just like, that's where I was like, I think it's more they had a great professional relationship with her, so they'll defend her and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But man, they were like telling me, I was like, Jesus Christ, telling me to cope and do all this. I'm like, yeah, you're twisting his words. I'm like, I was just kind of defending to the Johnny Depp people. I was on your side, to be honest. Didn't come across as that. Apparently.
And there are some times when I want to either jump into, you know, making statements like that or something like that. And it's just like, no,
is it worth it?
You know, someone's going to take it the wrong way. Someone's going to take me liking a post the wrong way. And I'm just going to, it's not like I'm just going to sit back and eat the popcorn. It's just like, I will talk about it on my forum at that point. I'll talk about it in a space, but sometimes you can please people most of the time and none of the people all the time. And
that's the thing. That's the thing that's great. That's what I love about, you know, and I'm sure you love that too, is like we have our platforms to put that out there.
Yeah.
When you go on social media, especially Twitter, you don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. I mean, it was funny because when I posted that clip, I was like, all right, this has potential to be controversial, but it probably won't be because I don't know, Twitter's algorithm's weird when it comes to posting clips. Sometimes it just doesn't feel like, I'm like, wow, that just really didn't get that much engagement, but this tweet did, you know, and I don't understand that. I was just commenting. I said cool or something like that. Not even anything, but that got more engagement than this. And then it was funny. I was like, I was working, you know, I work from home, and it's like, I was working over there. And then all of a sudden, like somebody sent, I think in a group chat of somebody responding, doing a quote tweet, and kind of calling me out for not taking sides or whatever the hell. And they brought up like old tweets from like 2016 or something like that, where it sounded like I was very much defending Johnny Depp. And I was like, oh shit. And then I just went to the tweet and then I clicked on the quote tweets and went, oh, and then I looked at the engagement and went, oh, I was like, whoa, this one went. And then I just saw, I was like, all right, well, there it is. And I was just like, okay. And then it was already at like almost 10,000 like impressions. So I was like, oh wow, I didn't know that was actually like blowing up like that. But yeah, Twitter's weird like that.
Well, even like when we look at downloads for the show, and we would say like when movies come out, like which movies are going to be tracking. Like No Way Home we got our biggest download ever for the network in 1 week's time, over 1,000 for just that one episode, and then you look at something like you look at Eternals and we're like, this movie is going to be interesting in the sense of, but it performed great, and we kind of made the understanding it's like, well, it's because there's such back and forth of people liking it, not liking it, they want to know what's about. So I mean, like you said, you can never figure it all out, like what's gonna jive with people, and it's again we much like yourself, we're not necessarily, we're going to call out the good, we're going to call out the bad in our opinion, but we're not going to be cruel about it. We're not going to do the clickbaity stuff. Yeah, we'll talk about rumors and maybe some quote unquote things that come to our plate through our own sources, but we're not a show that's going to be a scooper. We'll talk about maybe some scooper stuff, but we took a stance last night, with all the Deadpool 3 leaks.
Oh,
we do like Marvel does pretty much with all their movies, post credits. We call it our post credits discussion, and we more did the fun stuff with what Ryan Reynolds did with saying his leaks photos at that point. But we took the stance because someone gave me a heads up that I've gotten some information from in the past, but they're very good in the sense of, hey, I've willing to share this, so you can feel free to talk about a show if you want. I'm not going to tell you unless you say, and I'll say yes or no sometimes. But then someone who used to be a mutual just decided to, they told me to mute. Something was coming out, so I muted the stuff. And then someone DM'd me just the set photos without warning me what they were going to send. And let's just say they're in a permanent timeout for a while. And so Brent and I made the decision. We said this on the show, like, we're not going to talk about set photos anymore. It's just, we don't want to see them. We don't want to know about it. We want to enjoy this. If, we want to preserve some stuff. We'll talk about different, rumors and things like that. But just it got to a point where, I got it ruined for me, not intentionally. Brent accidentally had it ruined for him, not in the same way. But it's just like, we're gonna stay away from it. There's plenty of stuff still to talk about outside of set photos.
True. I know. And that's the thing. It's like, I mean, for me, like doing this for, for this long, like, especially since, I mean, I really went hard with it when it came to BVS announced, and I was like, anything that was BVS, give it to me. And I got spoiled then. I got spoiled. I always get spoiled with things.
But it's part of what we do. And so we accept that.
Yeah. And that's what I've gotten to the point where, if I get it, I mean, would I like to go into something as fresh as possible? Absolutely. But I've accepted the fact that I'm like, all right, I'm this. If I'm going to do a live stream, some asshole is going to probably say something, or somebody in my mentions Twitter is going to say something. That's why I always say, like, I mean, guys, if you don't want to get spoiled about something, you got to do your darndest to just like mute every word that you possibly can on Twitter. Don't check things as much. If you see anything Deadpool, just try to go up, scroll, or something like that. And, when it came to those set photos from Deadpool 3, I remember it was last weekend, I did quote tweet a spoiler thing because I don't know why, I just thought like, oh yeah, is it this or is it that? And I went, after like a day, I went, I probably shouldn't have done that. Damn it. I'm like, that was pretty spoilery. And I was like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. I even talked about it on Monday, on that Monday's Film Chucky, but I did give the spoiler alert. I'm like, hey, if you don't want to hear this, I'll give you some time. Spoiler alert, but there's going to be some things that I'm going to talk about right here. But yeah, there's like times where I go, and then after Ryan Reynolds released that statement, the next day, I think it was Tuesday, or maybe it was Wednesday, that he was just like, you know what? He put out that statement and just basically was saying like, hey, they're going to be out there. And, the fact of the matter is, and I do appreciate that he did that. And I do appreciate I did do like a short about it, and I was like, just talked about it. But one of the things I didn't say in that short was I do appreciate that one of my biggest things that he said when he was talking, when he released that statement, is the fact that they're not just going to film something on some soundstage and have green screens all over the place. They're doing it in real life. And the opening scene in Deadpool 3 is going to be so magnificent. I cannot wait. It's going to be magnificent.
I mean, even just look at like even if half the rumored cameos are in it, it's just going to be like, I don't care. It's sometimes maybe the last time we're going to see these characters on film in this way. So yeah, let's see Deadpool kill some Marvel Universe. Come on, or the Fox Universe, whatever it's going to be.
It's a great. I mean, we already when the first set photos we got back in like July or whatever the hell, June, July, whatever. I mean, it was just seeing that and seeing the. I mean, obviously they released that image of Hugh in the costume, which everybody just went bonkers over. But then all of a sudden we're seeing some of the other stuff, and it's just like, all right, this opening scene is going to be like absolutely crazy. But yeah, I mean, but it just seems like, there's going to be people that are just selling photos with a telephoto lens that are going to be looking at this. And then we're seeing, I mean, there's other things that I refuse to talk about that after when it came to that certain thing that came out last week, in which I won't talk about again, which I was like, okay, unless I put a spoiler warning, sure. But yeah, more things have come out with that. And it's just like, but the brilliance, and this is what I keep on stressing with people, is like the brilliance of Ryan Reynolds and his crew and his people or whatever the hell is, I mean, the thing that he did, what was it, yesterday, when he released a bunch of like the set photos and put like the Predator, there was like a image with Steve Urkel in it, Mickey Mouse and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is what, I mean, this movie might save the MCU because of just him and his creativity. I can't even imagine what the marketing for Deadpool 3, when we get to it, is going to be like, because he is such a marketing genius with all the other things that he's done with his aviation gin, with the Mint Mobile commercials. They've all just been fantastic. And just doing that little thing, releasing the statement, and then all of a sudden the next day, just kind of going like, oh yeah, here's some set images, and just had somebody insert, which looked legit. Like I was almost like, I'm like, is this real? Like I was almost like, wait, what the fuck? And I was like, oh, I was like, wait, then, you're gonna have Predator on set? What the fuck?
And then what was it? Johnny Trank even jumped in on it, saying, "Yep, well, he released it, so I'm gonna let everyone know."
Oh, it was actually Dan. It was Dan. Was it?
Oh,
Johnny?
Dan.
It was Dan Trachtenberg.
Yeah,
who did Prey. And then he goes, well, if he's going to release this image, here's an image of Deadpool and Predator right here. And I'm like, beautiful.
That's what
brilliant.
You do.
That's what you do.
And Hugh Jackman even joined into it this morning, talking about, Green Lantern and P.T. Barnum are going to be in it. So,
see, that was brilliant. It's like, all right, we got to, because in this day and age, you have to lean into it. You have to lean into all, because you just know that if you're shooting outside in an open space, somebody who is trying to make money is going to be somewhere, like you said, with a telephoto lens just zoomed in and being like, all right, here they are. And they're going to start shooting and shooting and shooting, and then sell them to the first, to the highest bidder. It's just the way it's going to be. Yep. And instantly like that, I mean, the people who take those images, I mean, literally they just get done. They go home, upload, talk to somebody. I mean, it's on the internet with that same day. That's how quick
it happened with GTA 6. The
trailer. Oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah, that got leaked.
I'm telling you what, I feel so bad for Rockstar at that point. I mean, they've taken it with the photo. I mean, the screenshots earlier in the year or earlier last year, and then the trailer doing like they wanted to have their one moment. They had the whole thing, and just like, you know what, someone's like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna ruin it for you.
I don't understand how that happens. How does like trailers to either a movie, show, or a game, how does it leak? That's what it's like so crazy. I mean, somebody has to go a little above and beyond to try to like do that a little bit, right?
Especially if it's like less than 24 hours and it's just, I'm going to put it out like that. It's like, oh, come on, man.
I mean, it just seems like that has happened. I mean, that happened with Zach. Remember when the Hallelujah trailer got leaked? I'm like, how does that even fucking happen? And it was crazy because I remember there were certain people that were like doing live streams and they were like, "Hey, let's go over it," or they were doing reaction videos, and I remember just like I was like, "Oh, this leaked. Be careful because if it leaks, you will get your shit pulled. You'll get your shit pulled down," and that's what happened too. And it's like, you got to be careful because you never know what's going to happen. I mean, I know, people that have come on here like Jordan Chainsaw Reacts, for instance. I mean, that's what he does. He reacts to everything, but sometimes you got to be careful because sometimes you're like, wait a minute, is this an actual thing? And obviously you want to jump on it because that's part of your channel. And if you're like sitting there waiting for it, you want to do a reaction real quick, get it out there, be one of the first, understandable. But sometimes when I got a copyright strike when I think it was one of the Titans series trailers. I think it was for Titan season 3, 2. I can't remember which one, but it came out and I thought, oh, cool. I might as well just do a reaction. Let's just do it. Did it, posted it, got a copyright strike because it leaked. Like, what the fuck? It leaked? I didn't know it leaked. How am I supposed to know?
Yeah,
and they released it a day later.
Blamed for something that I didn't even do.
Yeah, I know. So I get a penalty for not even knowing, and I thought it was out there, but turns out it was like, no, it leaked a day early, so but I just gotta wonder, like, how does that happen? It's such a weird thing, especially in the digital space. Like, how does that even happen? Like, I saw all the GTA 6 stuff and it was just like, how did that happen? And then Rockstar was just like, hey, it leaked. Please watch the official thing on our channel.
Minus the Bitcoin watermark at that point. You won't see that. That's okay now.
Right? Jesus Christ. But we got somebody that's going to be joining right now. You might know him. I think you do. Look at this guy here.
Batman. Remember that? That was first teaser for Titans.
Oh, yeah. Everybody went crazy for that.
Yeah.
Went crazy. What's going on, Travis? Did you see Godzilla?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't stay for the whole time tonight. That's why I said I won't say. Yeah, I'll be here for like an hour and a half and then see. Yeah, because we were one of the cities that we didn't get it originally because Taylor, he is like Star Wars, Godzilla, and maybe there's another thing in there that just like he's frothing at the mouth. So the whole month I've been dealing with him because we were getting no screenings whatsoever. Every time we jump, like we right now our bookings are until like January 1st, and it was nowhere on our calendar. So we're like, oh yeah, we're not going to see it, we're not going to review it at Geek First Podcast. You check that out. But that's the thing where we're like, hey, it's not going to happen. And then just like I think it was on the Tuesday, I got a notification from the theater like, yeah, they added the screenings, and it's rare because where we are, we're, as they say, we're 4 hours from Vancouver, so we are a smaller city, so lots of that stuff we don't get. There's movies that will just pass us by, so I thought, for sure we're not going to get it. But no, I'm very excited. We're seeing it on the Extreme, which is our like discount IMAX, because we're not like good enough to have an IMAX, so we have an Extreme screen, which it is bigger. It does have bigger speakers.
It's got an X in it.
Yeah, it's something. Yeah, it's literally, and it's spelled Extreme. There's no E. That's the way it is. So yeah.
I figured that too.
Oh yeah, it's real cool. So
do you do this when you go in there?
Oh, of course, all the time.
Straight edge on the.
I just walk in. People think it's Wakanda forever, but no. So yeah, we're really excited to see that because all I've heard is great things. I'm a Godzilla fan, not so much of the.
You're gonna love it.
Not so much of the stuff recently. What Godzilla like versus Kong and King of Monsters, that stuff. No, I liked the 2014 one. I liked that, but the rest of the stuff has all been very mixed for me. So I'm excited to get back to what I've heard is like a very more dramatic, serious type of Godzilla, where the trailer for Godzilla X Kong is like, I'm glad people enjoy that. That's for me. I'm like, I'm not going to even see that one. I have no interest. Now that I get -1 this year, I'm skipping Godzilla and Kong. I don't need it anymore. I'm done.
Well, I mean, like when it comes to like, I mean, obviously Godzilla fans are being fed like crazy right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and when it comes to the trailer, which we could, start talking about right now, more people will probably be joining in a little bit. But anyways, it is interesting because, I went to the premiere, the LA premiere, the actual American premiere, which was like, I was like, I got the invite. I was like, cool. Went out there, saw a Q&A with the director and the main star too, which was great. But I remember seeing the trailers. I'm like, all right, this looks like this is handled pretty well. I was like, but I wasn't sure. I was like, but you just never know. You just never know when it comes to this. And I'm hoping for, but I didn't like dive too deep into it. I was like, okay, I'm not going to dive too deep into it or anything like that. If I see it, I see it. And then I got invited to that and I went, all right, went to it. And then I was just mesmerized. Like, I don't know how many times I've said like how much people need to see this movie, because if you're looking, I mean, and if you're being a Godzilla fan, you're going to, nice. I'm anxiously awaiting to like, and I'm not trying to put like too much hype in your head. I hate that when people are like, it's so great. Yeah. It's like you're in there going, is it going? And then you're underwhelmed. But it seems like with this movie, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like I haven't seen a bad review. To be honest.
Me either. No. But see, and that can happen because people might hate me in the comments. That happened to me with Killers of the Flower Moon. I finally saw that, and I liked it, but I was underwhelmed by that. I was like,
I can understand that.
Yeah, like I don't think this is near Martin Scorsese's best film. I don't think this is the best film this year. But people are just like, this, like Spielberg, this is your masterpiece. Like, no, like Goodfellas still exists for me. Like that's still, it's like
it's not a masterpiece.
It's really good, but it's not a masterpiece.
And it also to me shouldn't be 3 hours and 20 minutes. Like there's stuff you could cut. Like I'm happy for him. He gets his cut, but at least for this though, it's not a long hype because Killers Flowers Moon, that was like back to the summer and then all the festivals and then people. This kind of came out of nowhere. It's like, oh yeah, there's a Godzilla movie coming out in Japan, and then once people started seeing it, and it's crazy. Like I know you're talking about when the beginning of the stream is just that it keeps expanding, which is really cool to see. And this was something that we were talking about in our chat that me and Chris have with our network, where in UK the pre-sales for -1 are like 75% full, and Aquaman it's like 25% full. Yeah. And it's crazy, but it's good to see. Like I think this year has shown choice is a big thing, right? Between Barbie and Oppenheimer. I got the Barbenheimer shirt right there.
Oh, look at that! Like, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. Oh, it's T-Public. I just like I love that image so much. There's no official merch going on.
I was like, there's no official thing.
Yeah, but there's movies that are kind of, we have the big flops, but we also have like these movies that out of nowhere are making massive money, or like this movie is like breaking records for like one of the biggest Japan releases or whatever it is. So it's cool to see, so I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it Wednesday next week, so
nice.
I'm very, very excited. Same with you. I mean, I love Godzilla. The trailer, it was interesting. I expected the way it was, but I think I really liked, when they brought Godzilla back in 2014. But I also really like King of the Monsters, just because ignore the human story, but seeing all those monsters back on screen in that kind of CG at that point was just like, yes, this is what I'm seeing. It's kind of like what people say, I watch boxing to see the technique. No, you watch boxing to see someone get the crud kicked out of them at that point.
Yeah, and that's where I think it's kind of like what people have talked about, and Dave talked about, like how we're so much for Godzilla. That's where who knows what happens, but with like the Batman and Batman Brave and the Bold, I like that you have the choice. That's the thing where it's like, if that doesn't be more comedic, you have, and that's the same thing with Godzilla. I don't have to. I'm not like, the only movies out right now are the more just CGI, just turn your brain off, have some fun, which can be good, but I like that now it's like, okay, I have this one over here that's going to be a bit more sophisticated, a bit more thought-provoking at times. So yeah, it's good to have choice, and I think people are showing with the money, and I'm curious to see how that one does next year too, if this like even helps that movie with just Godzilla hype for people.
It's gonna be interesting. And then of course we got, hey, what's up, Jordan? What's happening, Jordan?
What's up?
Oh, we're just talking a little Godzilla.
It's so
you can't
good.
say it that way, Dave.
You saw it. I know.
It's amazing. Right? It's amazing.
So you have seen it, Jordan.
Yes. Saw it Monday.
Great.
Yes. Saw it Monday.
That's right. I saw you post about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like you were saying, Travis. I mean, just to have the choice. I mean, but at the same time, I mean, you better believe that some of these American studios are just kind of going like, so maybe we shouldn't have had Godzilla run, or something like that. Maybe we did kind of like go a little overboard with this whole thing, because what Godzilla -1 just does, just goes back to the basics, but it's also not back to the basics, if that makes sense, because my whole thought of the thing was like, they didn't try to like full on. I mean, it wasn't trying to. And I was talking about this with my dad last Sunday. We had breakfast, and he's a Godzilla fan. I mean, that's why I got introduced to Godzilla movies, because he had all the old Godzilla movies, and one of the things that he said, he was like, "Oh yeah, I saw the trailer," and I was like, "What it reminded me of was the first Godzilla movie." I'm like, "Yes." Because they didn't try to just bring it to present day. It's the same, like it's essentially a remake of that first Godzilla movie, because it's post-war, and it's just like it's about all this, and there's so many, and just the way like that first Godzilla movie was. Of course, it's modernized with better cinematography, better everything, but they kept it true to that, as opposed to what they've been trying to do over here is just so modernize him. And pick your poison. And I don't, if anybody likes any of those, if you like the Roland Emmerich one with Matthew Broderick and, running away from little Godzillas at Madison Square Garden, that's fine. I enjoyed it too when I was younger. I enjoyed it too. When I watch it now, I kind of go, they really went for it. Roland Emmerich, you got to love that guy.
Hey, you got some Puff Daddy in there too.
Fuck yeah! Oh yeah, doing a Led Zeppelin cover. Yeah. But I mean, like, if you like that, and I'm a big fan of Gareth Edwards, the 2014 one, because I thought he did a great job of just keeping. I think it's like when it comes to Godzilla 2014 and this one, I mean, I think just those two movies keep Godzilla as this. Just when you see him on screen, you are frightened. You were like, oh, and he's not on screen as much, but when he is like, it's an oh shit moment. When it comes to the newer ones, King of the Monsters, Kong, and all this stuff, it's just like, okay, now I'm just rooting for him. Before you're scared, but now you're just going, get him, Godzilla, let's do this kind of thing. So,
But you're rooting for him in the 2014 version, but they don't know that.
Yeah,
they just see him as just another monster. Now they're saying -1 might actually have cost less than $15 million to make. Apparently, the director came out and said it's actually less.
That's awesome.
I can't even imagine. But I'm wondering though, one of the things that I was actually wondering, and I saw somebody post about it, because if I'm kind of wondering what's the exchange rate between, is like the budget, Japanese,
and there's also been, like, I agree with some people with that country, there are definitely Vex artists working overtime, not getting paid as well too. I'll say
that's the
thing when people.
Do
that's
why
they
strike over there. Do they strike?
Yeah, they don't have that option. I don't think there. And that's the thing where that's why I haven't talked too much about the budget, because that's where people brought up. Yeah, like the reason it's this low is because tons of people are staying 10 to 12 hours and they don't get paid any extra hours. So it's like, and then not all of that. And like you said, there's exchange rate, but there's definitely like different working environments there where that might hurt it a bit. But it's great to see. But that's where it's like, if this movie was made in North America, that would never happen, because I know people go, oh, just do this, but that would never happen with these sets of rules here. Like the way, whether it's legally or just like, well, we got to pay Bryan Cranston $2 million to be in this, and already again, Flowers to the Moon, like what, Leo got paid $50 million. Like, $50 million? You kidding me? Like
that was like what?
And like, even though it's Apple, technically you look at it, it's like Captain Marvel. It's a box office bomb, right? If you compare the budget to what it made, and Leo's getting paid $50 million for this stuff. So that's why $15 million would never happen over here for.
Well, you talk about like 15 million supposedly for what they did with -1. It's like, well, that 15 million probably went for Godzilla and Kong, New Empire, for that running sequence. I have expected to hear in the background, "There goes my hero."
Oh, I know. You got that going on.
I wouldn't mind that. I'm a Foo Fighters fan. So
but I guarantee someone's going to put it out there, because that's what I felt like watching. I was like, oh, it's missing that song. And there we go.
I know. Like, I mean, that's the thing. I was like, I thought the trailer, like when it came to Godzilla Kong trailer, I was like, okay, it's cut well. I mean, but I said it's cut well for what they're going for, a popcorn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is what we're getting here. I mean, the first time you see Kong, he brings up that big paw, but he's got like a robotic arm, and it's like, I'm curious of how he got this fucking, Thanos gauntlet. Like, what's going on with that? Like it's like I want to know. Like
we theorized on Geek First because Godzilla kicked his ass so bad in the last movie. The American government was like, "No, you need something to help because you suck." Like, because they didn't even make that a fair fight. Like Godzilla kicked his ass every single time, and I am a Kong fan, so that's why he has this glove because he's a weak monkey. You know,
so
he's got to protect the sun.
$6 billion Kong instead of $6 billion man. I can build him, make him stronger, but I don't want to spend a lot of money, so we're just going to give him something for his arm.
And probably $50
million.
Have
a hard punch.
$25 million of the effects went to that glove, probably just to animate that stupid thing. Like,
people are theorizing the Scar King broke his hand or did something. I mean, it's a cast. Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
a cast.
That sounds right.
Baby
that
Kong
sounds
did
plausible.
it. The son of Kong walked up and break it.
Bam.
Baby.
Oh man, you know what's gonna happen? It's gonna be like that scene in Furious 7 when Dwayne Johnson's character, remember, he broke his arm, and then at the very end,
he rips it out.
He's gonna rip it off.
Yeah, he's got to go to work.
That's gonna be the turning point in the fight with Scar King. He's just gonna take it off. It's like, what? So
no, it's even alluding to Dark Knight Rises at that point. See, you know how chiropractic works. You know, so much you put
magically
on something, bam, I'm better now.
Yeah, it's a huge harness for dad in there. Yeah,
I will say there's some things I'm wondering. Christopher Nolan, really, you did that? Like that part?
Puts a cast on his leg and just kicks a wall,
he kicks
breaks
a brick wall, and it just. I'm like,
that was such a weird choice. Like, I don't have a problem with the Bane prison because, like, technically he's there for 6 months. So I know punching a guy's broken back is not the way to do it, but he is just laying around healing. The kick that's where I always say Rises is his most comic booky Batman movie.
Oh yeah, it totally is.
The first two he tries to ground in realism. The last one he's like, doesn't matter here. We got a nuke. We got you're doing all this traveling. Like, he didn't care, which is not a bad thing. I mean, like, I just think for fun he was doing that. But yeah, why does he have like an Iron Man leg in that movie? It's weird because they never really refer to it again. Like, he spends many scenes, like in the prison, he doesn't have that cast again, so it was a weird addition. And
how does he fit it within the costume?
Yeah, and he kicks through like a brick wall. I'm like, I don't know if I need that from a Nolan Batman, but we got it.
Yeah, I mean, my whole thing was like when it came to Dark Knight Rises, it seems like to me it was like, I think he always, you know, if he was going to do a third one, he was going to incorporate the Joker with a little bit. And since Heath Ledger passed away, it was like, well, I don't even know what to do. And everybody wanted him to do the Riddler. So he was like, fuck you guys. I'm not doing the Riddler. I know that's what you expect me to do. I'm doing Bane. I'm going to do it like this. Mm-hmm. And, you know, for the most part, I probably, you know, because I don't know, a lot of, I always say, yeah, it is definitely the weakest one.
I love the movie. I don't care. It's the weakest, but like it's better than a majority of comic book movies out there now with so many of them. Like just the cinematic scale he does, you know? Yeah, no,
it's but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, it's probably like, you know, it is the weakest one out of the bunch for sure. But I don't sit there and go like, this thing's,
it's not terrible or anything.
No, it's not terrible.
No,
but it does take some suspension of disbelief, which is, you know, Nolan probably goes out of his way to try to not make. He tries to convince you like this could happen, but with that movie, you're like, I got to suspend some disbelief on this one, dude. Yeah,
it would make more sense if the first two were doing things like that, be more comic booky, less grounded.
Yeah.
So I feel like that was the jarring part. Like, we went from a really grounded 2 first films to like, now you're doing stuff that just doesn't make sense, really. But okay, whatever.
And
it's
that's
the final one. So
yeah, and everyone makes the meme of like, with prep time, but that is the most Batman with prep time movie. Like, he is. Other than like once Bane kicks his ass, after that he has everything figured out, which I'm fine. Like, because why does he like fix an ejector seat and pretend to like it's like all this stuff where it's like, but I'm all for it because I'm like, hey, maybe it's just like it is 8 years later or something in Gotham, so I'm like, okay, things have changed, I guess, right? Bruce has changed, so it's like, yeah, sure, let's do.
I know, and then he got back in he got back Batman shape just by doing push-ups.
Throwing rocks at TV.
That happens. That happens in real life. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. And just do a bunch of push-ups every day. You're gonna look exactly like Christian Bale.
I see that guy pop up when I'm trying to like avoid YouTube ads. At that point, keep telling me about carbs. You know.
Oh yeah. That guy, he always pops up on my Twitter. Who's the Lion King or whatever?
Shred guy or Liver King.
Yeah. He's always eating whatever concoctions and like
man. and then shocker, he was taking steroids. Who would have thought?
And then he had to come out and then he still does his regular content after. Sorry. And then he kept on like,
Oh yeah, and then he goes, he said, "I'm going
know,
completely natural," and it's like, no, you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember,
and then he came out and said,
upwards.
"No, I'm not completely natural."
Yeah, you fell upwards. Yes,
Yeah.
a lot of that's what people do.
That's what happens, though. It's like,
Yeah.
you're eating buffalo balls and fucking, horse testicles. And shit.
Oh, he's so into it too. Like when I watch it, he's just like, "Oh, this is the best protein." It's like, man, like more power to you.
Anytime that I would see his videos, I'm like, how bad does he smell? That's all. I look at that beard and I look how like,
or his washroom, man.
And I'm like, good God, he probably reeks, man. He probably reeks. But we got Paul joining in right now too. What's going on, Paul?
Ooh.
Hey,
is he?
No, he's
does
not.
He know that we're there? Or is he frozen?
Oh, he's frozen already.
He's watching the Liver King videos right now. We caught him at a bad time.
All right, Paul. I think if you could hear us, I think your feed's a little frozen, but we'll get you back. Hold on. Well, all right. We'll go ahead and remove and see what happens with that. He was moving backstage, so we'll see if he we'll get him there. But anyways, back to the Godzilla versus. Or Godzilla. That's not versus anymore. Remember, they're team
X.
Yeah, the X. What does that even mean?
And
it's a collab, I guess. At first, we had to look up for like half an hour because I'm like, why don't they just call it and I guess it's like a collab, a meeting of the minds. So it's them working together. I think it's just because they thought that sounded cooler than is Godzilla X.
They saw the Fast X. They're like, ooh, there's an X.
Yeah. Elon Musk made it X. Like X is all hot right now. It's hot. Yeah. Saw X happen this year.
Yeah.
It's a huge.
It's all the X's. They're like, let's just do it again.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Put X in there. The new empire. I mean, like, I'm intrigued to see, like, okay, we got all these other like gorillas and everything that we see. One that looks like Joss Whedon that shows up. That's got like, that. Okay, so he the bad guy. Who's the bad guy? But at the same time, I mean, like I said, after watching -1, I just look at the humans and I'm like,
their stories are not going to be good.
No, I'm just like, okay, you got the female scientist. Okay, go. Then you got Dan Stevens who's playing like the cool guy, like scientist guy. And I'm like,
I think the little girl that was introduced in Godzilla versus Kong. I feel like she might be the only interesting character.
You might be right.
Yeah, I think that's it. Because
at least which one's going to betray them? That's the thing. There's always
all the characters, like which character, all the characters.
Yeah, which character is just gonna?
It's gonna be her. It's gonna be her. It's a big twist. Like what?
Yeah. Or it's like the Rebecca Hall's father, who's like, "I sent you here on a mission." Then he's like, pulls down some stupid lever and Kong's free or whatever.
But I remember, the little girl, she was like had a connection with Kong, right? In Godzilla, and that was good. That was the human story. Was like, and I love that shot when she's like up there, and there's that whole thing, and I'm like, okay, you guys did good with that. Everything else, not so much when it came to humans. But hey,
I'm also wondering with the Scar King being a monkey, like, will she be able to try to communicate with it? And maybe that's something.
Could be that.
I don't know.
All right, Paul, I think you're good now.
Hey, sorry guys, I'm not kidding you. I don't know what happened. My laptop is stupid sometimes, and it literally decided to reboot right as my screen went black. I heard Junkie go, "Hey guys, Paul's here," and then
it happens. Don't worry. I have difficulties with my stuff all the time, but thanks for joining, man. How's it going?
Yeah, of course. And hey guys. So for the record, I love Dark Knight Rises. It's underrated. I'm in agreement that at the time it's kind of like a Return of the Jedi, where like at the time it was kind of hated to a degree, but since like later movies have come out, like it's kind of shown a little bit brighter.
Well, that's what Travis was saying. It's like it's better than most, and even though I think it's like the weakest out of the bunch, and sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, Nolan Nolan definitely stepped out of his, box that he usually is in. That's what we were kind of talking about. Is like he kind of went, all right, let's have this, robotic leg. Let's have him do this. Let's have him do that. As opposed to like, and that's where it kind of throws you off a little bit, but. The initial like the Bane story and all this kind of stuff. I mean, there's still a lot of great things that Tom Hardy still knocked out of
all the acting's good in there. Yeah, cinematography's great,
and what's her name as Catwoman? What's her name?
Anne Hathaway. Yeah, I wish she was in it more. Every time I watch, I go, oh, I wish we had more of this and less Italia, because everybody, even before it was spoiled, everyone just knew where this was going, and the plot never makes any sense. We've talked about this before, but she has control of the company. Why does she sleep with him? It does not make any
because they're making Damien. That's what happened.
All you gotta do is put those scenes, and it makes so much more like, oh, she's sleeping with him to get the company. This makes sense, but no, yeah, it's one of those movies that's more appreciated now. It's like we've talked about this before too, like Spider-Man 3 when that came out. It's like, oh, this is the worst comic movie we've ever gotten. Spider-Man 3 compared to a lot of other movies now, it's like, oh no, this is like middle tier now. I'm not saying it's great, but I'm just saying like there are so many worse comic movies now because how many we've gotten. Like it just changes over time. So same thing like Paul says, after time Dark Knight Rises, I still loved it in the moment, but even more so now, it's like we see how many comic movies just get rushed now between Marvel and DC. Like we just got to get out there, and effects are mid, and this is all right. But that was like Nolan. Them at least like the craftsmanship is there. You know, it's
Oh yeah. That scene with the football player running and all the blown up. That's such a great scene. Such a great scene. Mm-hmm. But I know there's just like it is better than but like it's just it just doesn't feel when it comes to the first two, even the first two don't feel like each other. Like that's why when people debate about like which one's better, and I see a lot of that where I always see it anytime there's like that tweet that goes around, what's your most controversial DC take or so-and-so take? People will be like, Batman Begins is better than Dark Knight. I don't go, you're fucking wrong. How dare you? It's the best movie. Dark Knight is the best movie. I just go, yeah, I feel that because sometimes I do feel like that. I go back and forth depending on how I feel. Sometimes when I watch Batman Begins, I'm like, God damn it. It's just so great. Look at that. Look at what he did. I'll always say it's the best origin superhero movie.
Yes.
But then I'll watch Dark Knight Rises or Dark Knight, and I'm just like, God damn. How the fuck did he do this? Like, because there is a difference. Like if you watch both of those, especially watch them in a row, there is a difference in, even with tones, but it's still, I don't know, but Nolan still just does his Nolanisms that just, I don't know.
And that's right. Even the comic book stuff could be a conscious effort too, because I don't think he'd ever say it that way. But if you look at all three of them, they are different. Rises, you still need to see some stuff, but really as well, I think they try their best to make it that you could watch them by themselves. Like Rises gives you enough because the whole Harvey Dent storyline, they really throw that away pretty quickly because you're like, Bane pulls out a note, he reads it, he throws it, and then like, okay, we're at the new movie now, right? Like it's built up to be this big thing, and that's what happens when a fucking nuclear bombs there. No one cares about, was the district attorney a bad guy? It's like our bridges are blown up. So like that's the thing. Yeah, no, that Batman Begins, that's not like a hot take. I think to me that was the best like movie about Batman until The Batman came out, like just a solo one. But I agree with you. For me, Origin's always that or 02 Spider-Man, because I love that 02 Spider-Man so much.
I still remember that very first teaser trailer for Begins where it was just him saying, I went out there, I found something in the darkness and something that just won't stop, relentless, and it's me, and you just see a flash, and that's it.
I know. And then I remember when this was before like social media and everything like that. And I remember I was at my buddy's house. We were editing like a short film thing that we did, and I remember we got the new Entertainment Weekly because and it had the first images of Batman of him in there, and we see him perched up, and we were like losing our minds. I'm like, look it, they're doing Batman great. Look at that shit. He's perched up. He's got the cape over him. He's
no nipples.
Yeah, no nipples, no nothing. He looks fantastic.
Go wind shear with that. They decided to cut that out.
Yeah. No one really wanted it, but the WB was like, not again. We're not.
I still think the Batman Begins suit is the best one.
I agree with you. Yeah. He looks more menacing and big, and there's something about that suit. But it looks more uncomfortable, of course.
Yeah, I'm happy for him that they moved it. Yeah. I go back and forth because I think it is more menacing, but there's something. I think in the realistic world, the Dark Knight suit works more because it does just look like body armor because they say it's like supposed to be like, the military turned this down. So it's like if you're looking at like, hey, this is supposed to happen in the real world, this suit looks very much like army suit with a cape on it. Where the first suit, it's like they're like, oh yeah, we have this from the army. This is like, this doesn't look like much. And he has that like that weird different cape too. Like the materials different about it, and that one, even his voice is different too. It's not, if you watch Begins and Dark Knight Rises or Dark Knight back to back, his voice is lower in the first one, but then the second one it's very raspy, and that's like the classic one people quote now. But
the Dark Knight, his voice, he must have flair.
Yeah,
it was
he
just
has
like,
that. Yeah.
Oh, dude, you gotta dial it back a little bit. Yeah, but in the first one, I mean, there's not many times the voice sounds really good, but especially it's like, where are the drugs going?
He has a little bit when he's like, I'm Batman, like the way he says it or whatever. It's like a little bit, but not really.
Yeah, it's like he watched it back at his screen. He's like, I got to do more of that, and then he decided to make the whole movie that though, which I still like because, like I said, it's him and Bane's voice. They're classic. They stand out. I like good or bad. You're never gonna forget those voices, right? They're iconic in a way. So,
oh yeah, for sure.
But Paul, we were talking about the Godzilla Kong New Empire trailer. Have you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I mean, I watched it. I only watched it the one time, and I mean, so for me, as far as like the MonsterVerse goes, now I haven't watched anything of the Apple TV series yet. With
I still need to watch. I hear it's great.
That's to-do list next week.
Everybody's to-do. Have you watched it at least, Jordan?
No, I don't have Apple TV.
We're all fail.
Yeah,
Godzilla fans.
Yeah. But as far as the MonsterVerse goes, I really enjoyed King of Monsters. I liked it more than the first Godzilla, though I know why people appreciate that first movie. I thought Godzilla versus Kong. I thought it was kind of all over the map a little bit. It was a little bit jarring to a degree, and I felt like the quality kind of went down a bit. But no, I mean, this one is interesting. I'm just kind of confused because again, I'm not a hardcore Godzilla Kong person. Like, I don't know the lore. I don't know what they're taking from. I don't know why Godzilla is pink. I mean, it's an interesting aesthetic choice. But I guess him and Kong are teaming up.
Yeah, Barbie, Gag City, pink is all back. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it looks like instead of Mecha Godzilla, like in Godzilla versus Kong, they're teaming up against what looks like an evil Kong, right? I mean, Scar Kong or something like that. And I don't know. I mean. You guys probably know better than I would. I mean, are these like newer creations? Or are they taken from previous?
I don't know.
It's a brand new character.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it looks interesting. For sure. But I mean, I'm not like riveted, so to speak. I'm just more of like kind of like scratching my head, but not like negatively. It's just more of like, okay, I don't know what any of this really is. But also, I feel bad saying this, but right when I watched that trailer, I had just come out of seeing the Japanese new Godzilla.
Minus one. Yeah. That's the thing, and that movie is so great, right? That was like the grounded Zack Snyder Godzilla, and then you're going into the vapidly colorful, like very different. I mean, it's really interesting too because again, I'm not a hardcore Godzilla person, but from what I've seen. It always, again, because the whole point of Godzilla was that he was an allegory for like, the bomb and a lot of these things. And the Japanese see Godzilla, not necessarily as evil, but more of like a force of nature, a thing to counteract basically. And in America, it's kind of funny because Godzilla's sort of become like a big goofy, like
movie monster,
not goofy, but like he's a hero and he's there to protect us from like the other monsters kind of thing. So
yeah, because if they make him, because I feel like in like North American audiences or like studios feel, we can't villainize him because people won't pay to, and not even villainize, but like you said, like he's a force, right? But it's like, people won't pay to see the force, or they won't pay to because like they want him to be heroized. So it's like, I'm paying to see Godzilla kick some monster's ass. I want to see him fight that. But like that's what I was gonna ask you, Paul. Like, are you planning on seeing? You saw this one in theaters. Are you planning on seeing Godzilla X Kong in theaters?
I mean, maybe I don't know. I mean, I tend to see a lot of movies in theaters. Not the Marvels, but that was because I went to Italy right when it came out. But like, yeah, I mean, I tend to see almost every big movie in a theater. But that's a movie that most likely not by myself. I'll probably want to get some friends with me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because
it's one of those. It's one of those you go with a group.
Yeah, you don't want to be alone. Be like, what the fuck am I watching here? You're watching Little Baby Kong, and you're just like, I've been there. Where you're like, man, why am I seeing this? What am I doing with my fucking life right now?
Yeah,
and then I realized like, oh, I'm part of a network. At that point, I've got to review this.
Yeah, I got to review this. Yeah, right. Yeah.
But, that's how I felt when I saw the Marvels. Like, I got to do it because I gotta give a review.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's what I felt like watching Morbius at that point, saying, "Oh, this is gonna
I'm
gonna have a good time."
That was one. Yeah, I almost didn't see it. And luckily, we got a babysitter, and my wife saw it with me. But I was like, and I turned over and I'm like, thank God you were here, because if I would have seen Morbius alone, like it was too much for me. It was like I was just like,
I did. I saw it alone.
And sometimes you have to, right? And you're like, oh my God, no. I was just asking you, Paul, just because like that's where I am. Where with the -1, I'm seeing it tonight, but I look at that and I go, oh, I actually don't need to see that stuff now because I'm getting my itch scratched by like this type of Godzilla, which I like. With the other one, I don't really need now because like, well, I got this, and that's why I still always wonder too. We're talking about like that and Batman Brave and Bold. I always wonder too if that's going to happen in the future, where with people if they got the Batman and when Brave and Bold come out, they go, actually I'm good, because you can go two ways of like, oh, we got choice, or yeah, we got choice. And I'm gonna skip the more colorful, It's gonna be Batman running and get beside Godzilla,
Well, I mean, I've talked to Junkie about this or Dave, and just said basically that it's always about the variety and about the choice, because I mean, the only thing it comes down to, I mean, with Godzilla we're lucky because with Godzilla -1, that's the Japanese production, that's them doing their thing, and then we have our American version here. But with the Batman, it's a little bit different because that's from one place, and so the studio might go, oh, well, they're not really responding to the Brave and Bold. Maybe they seem to prefer the Batman stuff. So let's nix the Brave and Bold. Maybe I don't know. That's it. But for me, I think it's always good to give out the variety, because when you have a multifaceted character, like say the Batman or something, there's people that prefer one type of version, or another type of version. But
exactly.
Like today, and I will say, people like don't discredit. Go watch. I don't know if it's Merry Christmas Batman or Merry Little Batman.
Oh yeah, I want to watch that.
You'll look at it and be like, oh, it might be like just a kiddie thing. It has more Lego Batman stuff. If they're making deep pulls, they made a joke about the nipple suit in this. Because I hadn't seen a trailer that I saw before. Yeah, and like it was actually really fun. Like it felt like Lego Batman, where they're making lots of little innuendos or Easter eggs to just like Batman in general, and there were surprisingly lots of Batman and Robin references. Like Mr. Freeze literally says a quote that's from that movie, so it was a good time. And like Paul's talking about variety, like I'm so glad that was a movie that didn't get just written off and thrown away, because that's gonna become, my kids loved it. That's gonna become like a Christmas staple now every year. It was really enjoyable. It was a good time. So yeah,
gotta watch it. No, you gotta watch all the different iterations. You really do. Like I mean, no matter what, I mean, and that's why I said like Godzilla fans are being fed so well right now, because you got this Godzilla -1, which they again, it's just like it's okay, if you want this and you want like that human story that's been lacking in some of this other stuff. I mean, you're gonna be. I mean, that's what and I'm not gonna give away any spoilers, but I've always just said like the main character. I mean, the effect that Godzilla has on him, his character, to make him like go through this story that he goes through, and just to come out on the other side almost like a completely different, it's crazy to see. It's just, and in 2 hours, this is short. It's not even like a long movie. It's like a 2 hour movie.
It's like 2:03 or something like that.
Yeah,
so under 2 hours with credits.
Yeah, it's not even like a super long movie, and they were able to accomplish that. And just, I don't know, it just kind of shows you right there that, yeah, you can have all that in. And I'm kind of even wondering that shot that we see Kong and Godzilla running with each other, is that actually going to be in the movie? I mean, was that from the trailer?
I hope so now. Yeah.
I'm at the point with advertising companies, especially Warner Brothers, where it's like, we're going to put all these cool shots in the trailer and then have it not be in the movie, because
Marvel's done that too. They did that with
Infinity
War. Oh yeah, they had that running shot, and like Hulk was in there, but he wasn't in there in the movie.
And you can see behind the scenes of them shooting that too. And then realizing, they had people on set and did all that just for marketing.
Sometimes you just got to do that for the trailer. But we got Rhea joining in right now. Hey,
Rhea, hey, happy Friday, y'all! Thanks for having me on.
No problem. Thanks for joining. We were just talking a little bit, some of those monster stuff, monster movies, monster trailers. Have you seen Godzilla -1 yet?
I have, and I think my perspective, I haven't really had the chance to digest it with a whole lot of people. I got to see it with friends like yesterday, and
Nice.
we all had different perspectives on what we took away from it. And I really enjoyed hearing y'all, kind of like dish on not just -1, but just like your relationship with the IP overall, like throughout the years. And I'm kind of like, looking at it outsider perspective and not really having a whole lot of context from like the legacy films and stuff. So yeah, basically I enjoyed it. I think it's probably in my top 5 films of the year.
Oh,
although I don't think it's I don't think the competition is very like, tense as far as like having a top 5, film library, at least for me this year. But yeah.
Definitely in my top 10. It's going to be in my top 10. I mean, that's how much I enjoyed that. Yeah. And how did you feel about the Godzilla Kong trailer that came out?
Oh, I didn't get the chance to watch it. I apologize. I'm
you've been
prepared.
traveling a lot. Yeah, you've been traveling a lot. I know that. So no, that's fine. I mean, it's a totally like that's what we're just kind of talking about right now is how different. Travis is going to see it tonight. Chris, did you see it yet? Yeah, you said you see it on Monday.
I'm seeing it next Wednesday. So my theater finally got it this week. So it's so the 13th, I think.
Yeah. So not everybody. I mean, like I said, it's limited release. So I mean, but I'm loving the fact that it's getting so much love. Obviously, the director, who's the VFX star, and that's the thing. That was another thing, and this is, I mean, I can say this about Zack as well because he works very closely with his VFX crew. But you have a director that's also a VFX artist, and during the Q&A, I remember him talking about like when they'd be done shooting for the day, he would go home at night and just like on his computer, he would start doing like mock-ups of like, what Godzilla would be looking like. He would already be doing things just on his own because he's a VFX. He worked on the VFX too. I mean, obviously he had his crew, but he would be like working with them and just at night when they were done shooting for the day, they're already doing the VFX. So then he was already like had an idea of like what's going on with Godzilla right off the bat, and it's just like, and again, it's not like Godzilla's in every scene. There's like some long scenes where there's like some long time frames where you don't see Godzilla because they have this human story that is very like unique and layered and intriguing. So, yeah.
I was actually surprised how much I cared about the humans in this film, and that was one of my gripes about a lot of the modern especially Western Godzilla movies where they were just, I could care less about these humans. I can't wait to see how they get bodied on screen. And I will say that for -1, what was compelling for me was that I was thinking about it in terms of Godzilla is just an agent of chaos. He's not a hero. He's not someone who we're rooting for, like, or at least like for me, like we kind of seen like a versus in the original Godzilla versus Kong, where there was very clearly, a narrative that Godzilla was an antagonist and Kong was, sort of like, the one that connected with the humans a little bit more and could actually communicate and defend them and things like that, or uses, his powers to indirectly defend the humans. Anyway, my point is that Godzilla's -1 had none of that. Godzilla is just, like the intersection of like, the hubris of mankind and, like just like, the man trying to play God, basically. Like, like it was
back to the basics. It was back to the basics of what Godzilla was all about. Yeah. And he was like the shark from Jaws. It was like when he showed up, you were like, shit. Yeah. Or T-Rex, something like that. Yeah.
Those what we need, though, back Jurassic Park. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah.
Well, you bring up a good point, Rhea, that how the movies of Godzilla, the older ones, how it wasn't about the monster. They're using the monster. I kind of equate that to like what RoboCop is. Yeah, RoboCop's a great movie, but what the commentary about it is what's the more fascinating part about looking at what they're really talking about.
Like for me in -1 specifically, I likened it to something about I think it focused a lot on like the human, goals as far as like defeating Godzilla. Everyone had different motives as far as like what they wanted to get out of, seeing Godzilla defeat it. And I think a lot of that, without getting too much into spoilers, each character was either driven by duty to their country, or driven by wanting to quantify like scientific discovery and validation of like how to defeat Godzilla with new like chemical compounds and things like that to try and take him down. So there was also, like I said earlier, like the hubris of, being driven emotionally to, defeat Godzilla. So I thought it was really cool. And again, like with Godzilla being like, just like a force of nature, not really driven by any sort of like agenda, I would say, like the other, characters in the film are. I took it as like, this is like, existence is like like unpredictable and very like not driven by any sort of like moral dilemma or map or any sort of like goal. Like it's just happening around us, and how humans navigate that is basically like of their own volition and decision making skills. So I think the point of the film, having all of those intersecting, motives to defeat Godzilla for a common goal, it was, an attempt to try and like, take back control from, the chaos surrounding them around life. But as we see in the end of the movie, like that's not the case, although everyone's, like stoked about, the outcome of, them working together, although with like different motives in order to reach that one goal, that it was still like not the story's not over, like there's like life finds a way, basically, Dr. Ian Malcolm
exactly
said.
Like chaos theory. I mean it's true. I mean, and then especially it not being present day also helps that too. It's the fact that it's like this is post-war, this is still 1940s, right? Still 1940s. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have all that as well, that aspect. So it's not like, but I like what you said too. It's like, there's like the different human characters that have different like motives and stuff like that. And it's kind of interesting to see how they all work together. And there's a lot of patriotism in the whole thing too, working together, fighting for your country. There's a lot of that. I mean, it just works. Travis, you're going to love it. Basically that's what we're saying. Chris,
from what I gather from the discussion, I love that y'all were talking about the visual effects and the effectiveness of like, the budgeting around, the production. And I kind of theorized that, Toho being like in, the movie making business for so long, they had all these resources like readily available, perhaps like in like warehouse storage or like, suits and things like that. And maybe like, the same visual effects team as well. Again, like I, think that their consistency as far as like what they're able to do with the character over the years, especially in different iterations and different types of storytelling. It's very admirable. And I don't necessarily think that it should be, 1-to-1 as far as like, oh, look what, -1 did. Why can't Western films do
just
that?
Remake this.
I don't necessarily think that it should be like a case study necessarily for how films out here should be made, but I do think it's admirable, and I do think maybe like some cues can be taken from it for like
notes
for film.
Like take some notes, guys. Here we go.
Yes, exactly. But I do think that the film is something that should be sort of like not admired as far as like the effectiveness of how they spent the budget, but more around, the aspect of storytelling and how I'd like to just, have the plot be driven by like establishing characters with very clear motives, like I was mentioning. Like
that's huge.
That's huge. And not spending too much time on trying to create like breaks in the tension with like moments of levity, because those aren't really necessary. I didn't feel at any point in -1 that, oh, why isn't there more Godzilla? I need a break from, all this tragedy and sadness with, some just like balls to the wall destruction. I usually do feel that way with Godzilla films, but I didn't have that feeling in this film.
We get it. You hate your dad. Let's go. Let's get the big monster in or something like that. You don't want that.
Yes.
you were involved with like, I'm actually more. I'm like these human beings. I'm like, what is happening here? I mean, like, oh, look what they're trying to do, this and that and this. No, not trying to get into too many spoilers, but yeah, it's like you get so you're rooting for these characters so much, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And Godzilla being, peppered in here and there, like it was for me, it succeeded in that it was creating a sense of dread. Like there was tension. Like there was like, a quick, scene where like they were saying like he's on his way, y'all. Like, there was like a little map like with the trajectory of Godzilla just, like darting his way back to the city, and or like where the primary, destruction takes place. And yeah, like I was like, oh god, he can like literally show up at any time. I'm scared. Yeah, there's a buildup, and I think that's what was lacking in other Godzilla films for me, is that there was never a sense of tension or dread or urgency. There was like a feeling of like, oh, we need a break for, like I said, these moments of levity that I feel are unnecessary, and kind of break away that feeling of like, this is a disaster movie. There's literally like this force of nature that no one can control or understand or even know why it's just like coming this way, and everyone is just not on the same page. They're not establishing any sort of sense of camaraderie until it's like the third act or something. Then they hastily sew it together, and it's just really frustrating for me personally.
I think like when it comes to like the ones that we have now, and even going back to Godzilla Kong, and there's nothing wrong with this. I think a lot of it is the approach is the secretive stuff. There's like the monarch thing, and there's always like it's like the conspiracies and all this stuff.
Skull Island.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of like that.
It's a mystery box.
There's nothing wrong with that. I actually really enjoyed Skull Island, to be honest. I thought it was, sure, it was popcorny and it had some, but I thought there was a lot of really, when it comes to these monster movies, I think like when it comes to me, it was like 2014, the new ones, 2014, and then I think Skull Island's like run underneath it, and then King of the Monsters and whatever. But I think it just really goes for the conspiracy aspect of it and trying to do this. But I'm still just kind of wondering. I'm like, is that scene where they're running together? Is that really gonna? I mean, obviously, if you spend all that money on the VFX, I guess it has to be on there. It's not like the Infinity War thing where you could just remove Hulk,
Yeah.
Because that scene was still technically in there where it's like they all run, but it's not exactly in that way.
I have a quick question. So like I didn't see Skull Island. It's on my list for sure after, the Monster versus, taking off this year. But my question is like what I got from the trailers is that, it's giving me like Predator vibes. I don't know if like, the ensemble, against like a
that's what the
monster
trailer's giving you. Yeah. But when you get the movie, it's much more, it's more popcorny. It's more
Loki and Captain Marvel taking on the big monster.
I'm trying like what is the equivalent of Predator, but that is this like it doesn't have the nuance I'd say Predator does, or that build like how you're talking. There's some build up, but it's a lot of tongue in cheek. It's a lot of very I view in a way like how I enjoy it is kind of there's lots of it's so bad it's good. There's a lot of over the top stuff. So I don't think the vibe of the movie's not Predator though. I don't think it matches. The trailers do though, because the trailers I think are a bit more on a scary side.
Here's the thing: it's like okay. I mean, it's got a great cast.
Oh yeah,
but I mean, it's weird because, I mean, I love Tom Hiddleston, but do you think he should have been like the lead?
No.
I think he could have been, but I just don't think it was. What that character? He's just the guy that's like go over there, and he smelled like there's nothing for him to do. Tom Hiddleston's a great actor, so like he's just the tracker. That's what he does is he tracks things. Same thing as Brie Larson. She's just the photographer. Like that, they don't give other than Samuel Jackson. They give him a nice little arc. They're like war sickness and everything. But I think Tom Hiddleston could be the lead of a Kong movie. But with that, there's nothing he can do, but he does look good in a shirt. Like he got the guns out in that movie. There's a great scene when he has a gas mask and it's like
and
really over the top.
Like,
he's
slicing up like pterodactyls or whatever the fuck. Yeah. But I mean, there's like some good moments. I mean, but it's just I don't know. It's just Tom Hiddleston. It's like as much as it's like it's like they were trying to make him a leading man, but it just did not quite work. I don't know if it's just because the whole Loki thing.
I think it's the character.
Yeah,
I think it's the character, but also I think they were just trying to get a bunch of big names in it because
I think that's what it was.
The first film, Godzilla in the Monsterverse, Aaron Taylor Johnson, Elizabeth
and
Olsen,
then you had Aaron Taylor Johnson, which when Cranston dies.
Oh yeah.
Then all of a sudden, like, spoiler. I mean, obviously it's been out for 10 years.
9 years.
Is the fact that it's like, okay, now we got Aaron Taylor Johnson being the leading man, and then
that didn't work.
That didn't work.
That didn't work.
I will say that. But I will say that skydiving sequence is fucking beautiful.
That's the closest to what Ray was talking about. Yeah, that's the only one that's been they put Zilla to the side, and there is a build up to him, and then after that, because I feel like a lot of people complain, well, we didn't see him enough. So after that was overexposure. But yeah, that skydiving scene is just beautiful.
I like the difference in the trailer and the actual movie. Because in the trailer, he's rising up as the guy's falling, and in the movie, he's actually fighting a Muto. But I like him, like you see the spikes, and so I just love that shot better personally because it's like menacing. But then again, it's like we've already seen Godzilla once you're watching the film. But that trailer, man, he's rising. I'm like,
so scary, man,
it was good.
Yeah, and you look at Skull Island in the sense of, without getting too spoilers, like they're almost building up, like they're more focused on building out this universe.
Yes,
like they're making the hints towards everything and building the history of the and what's going on in the future, hinting towards what was just seen in 2014.
End credit scenes, stuff like that.
So they became very focused on that.
Yeah,
and it's also interesting timeline-wise because it's in the 70s, because they could have just easily done a movie that's like earlier, but
that's what I've heard in the Monarch show. Apparently Kurt Russell's playing a character that is technically 100 years old, because where they put him, like they put Wyatt Russell in the past and then they put him in because the show's present day. So someone's like, I don't know if anyone's pointing this out, but he's like 102 or something like that. It's like Kurt Russell looks great for 102.
All I know is like, I saw people posted online. I still haven't watched the series, but there is a great transition from present day to like
I saw KC meme about it.
I mean, they do a freaking like a transition that is just like, holy shit. And then it's just, and they, obviously, his son, they look alike so much that it's just it just works so well. And it was like, I think KC said that, wow, the de-aging technology has gotten so much better.
Yeah,
he was KC said. I think his
it popped up on my TikTok feed as I was scrolling through, and I'm like,
welcome back, Paul.
I was like, oh my god, I saw the shot. So.
Your computer is not your friend tonight.
No, so luckily I apologize. I got a new laptop just very recently, so I just switched over to this one. So
there you go.
Yeah,
for the new one.
Yeah, the old one's good. It's just untrustworthy. Sorry, Ray.
Oh yeah, sorry. Congrats on your new computer, though.
Thank you. Yeah, the screen's a lot bigger.
Always good to get new stuff. Anyways, go ahead.
Really quick. I wanted to ask. So the de-aging in Monarch, is it for Kurt Russell? Would you say it's better than Guardians?
No. It's a joke because Wyatt Russell, his son, is playing his younger character. That's the joke.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they look alike. They look alike. Mm-hmm. So that's what it is. That's what KC posted, that it's like, oh, look at the de-aging technology has gotten so much better, but it's actually Kurt Russell's son.
It's a shot of Wyatt Russell that morphs into Kurt Russell, but it's just because it's like of his son and him having the same face.
It's such a cool shot that it's just like, I'm like, oh wow.
Yeah. When it popped up on my TikTok feed, I'm like, what the crap? Like it looks so good, but I get the point of like, oh, de-aging, but no, it's clear, but it's really good.
It's just a joke of like, oh yeah, they de-aged him, but it's not, because it's just, that's why I was like, oh yeah, and I know they've been doing interviews and stuff like that.
Did you see where they talked about the fact that they were like asked before, have you guys ever been asked to play father and son? Like, yeah, but it's boring because that's like, it's easy to do that. But like the idea of playing the same character that's different, I was like, that's cool.
And then of course, I mean, just like transitioning to something else right now is like, Rebel Moon. I mean, obviously we're all pretty much looking forward to Rebel Moon. Mm-hmm. And we just had the London premiere. Everybody's raving about it and all the stuff that's coming out of there. We don't got a clip today. I haven't watched the clip yet.
No, me either. Yeah.
I hear
I'm not gonna tell the movie. I usually don't watch clips, teasers and trailers, but clips I stay away from.
Yeah, I didn't watch the clip today, but I mean, people.
It's so soon. It's not that far away,
I know.
I watched like a minute of it just to get a feel, but I also stopped too because and again, it's hard to say because from what I've seen from previous stuff, IGN always tends to also kind of like clip their own clips, so to speak. Like they'll like for time, they just want to give you an essence. So it seemed a little bit quick cut, but it's just that I know it's hard to narrow down, but the shirtless prince who's going after the black like griffin like
the guy that has abs up to his chin. Yeah,
yes,
that guy.
that guy. With the long flowing hair and all that stuff. He looks like a Disney prince, but given a lot of steroids to just go buck
So
wild.
he's following the guy's advice on the YouTube channels. That we
exactly, Liver
earlier.
King. Yeah, he was trained by Liver King. Yeah.
But no, from what I saw, I liked it. I've been trying to hold back and everything. This month for me is kind of busy. Are you guys gonna some of you have better access than I do. I might have to go all the way to New York to see it, if so be. But are you guys going to try to see it in theaters before it hits Netflix?
If I got it, yeah, but I don't think we're getting it.
Yeah, we're not getting
Yeah,
it.
you're in Canada.
Yeah,
You're in Canada.
They've said nothing about Canada here, so I'm pretty bummed about that.
See,
I
that's
would,
the thing.
but
I'm
That's the thing. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm like really bummed. Okay, so like it's not that like it's super difficult for me to get to LA from the Bay Area, which is where I'm based in California. I'm just really like in my I'm able to access a theater that has 70 or millimeter like
Nice.
projection like that. I saw Oppenheimer there, so I'm like confused why Rebel Moon isn't making its way there, so I can more easily
Netflix.
access it.
Because of Netflix,
Yeah.
man. But
Yeah.
this was released today too, of course.
oh, I know.
Yeah, so
Just rub
anybody
it
in
in.
these cities right there, I mean, obviously it's still
No,
not. I know. Scott, like hit me up. He was
I'm
like,
Meg's
still-
tweet though, except in reverse of sad Vince McMahon of like, oh, tell me about when you got Rebel Moon. No, I didn't.
Oh, I know.
get it.
She's in.
Brent
she's in
can see it.
Michigan.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It's just yeah. So I'm hoping it's like Godzilla that maybe more come, but I think we're getting so close that it's like I think what's coming out is what's coming out. So I would love to because I just feel like that's a movie I want to see on the big screen. But if not 21st on Netflix, I'll be in my basement watching it. You know.
That
Now-
early premiere window. Oh, sorry, Paul.
No, I just want. Well, I'm kind of getting a little off topic, but I wanted to just preface. Does anyone know about when the extended cuts are coming? Is Zach waiting for parts 1 and 2 to both be out, and then he's revealing those? Okay.
From what I've gathered or from what I've heard, I think it's actually publicly known as like, the R-rated, the director's cuts are coming out after part 2 comes out in April.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's
Get it
fair.
both out.
Yeah. But yeah, I know. I mean, I'm glad that it's getting more, and I hope it gets even more. I hope like the word of mouth, just like you said, Travis, like the -1 is like word of mouth is like causing more. It's staying in theaters, getting an extended run. I'm just hoping that it would happen to Rebel Moon. That's why I kept pushing. I'm like, guys, push that hashtag Rebel Moon in theaters. Like, try to just keep pushing it. You know,
Especially because like and tracking's whatever, but still like it's in a ballpark like Wonka, Aquaman. They're not tracking for like high numbers when they're releasing, so it's like this would be a really good time. Like this could spark like, hey, I don't really want to see this. I don't want to see this. Oh, what's this Rebel Moon thing? Like, there's a chance even that some people might go and see it. Where if the other movies like Aquaman is going to have another $1 billion thing, it's like okay, but it's like tracking less than half of the first one, so it's like now would be the time. And same thing, I love Aquaman, but I would see Rebel Moon first before Aquaman, and it's just I don't know, but.
look at this guy right here, Junkie XL. You gotta love this
Yeah.
motherfucker. God damn, this guy. I mean, this guy is such in high demand. You guys got to realize that he did the score for Rebel Moon. He also did the score for Godzilla and Kong and Furiosa.
He's working.
Dude, the guy is just like nonstop, and the fact that it's just like I just love. I know he was at the London premiere last night or the night before. Obviously it's on the other side of the earth, so timelines or time zones, I should say. But I just love the fact that he was there, and I was like seeing all his videos that him hugging Zach, hugging Ray, all that stuff. But yeah, that guy he's a busy man.
He's a beast. After Fury Road, because I mean Hans Zimmer was already like enough for me, but when I found out that he was going to collaborate for BVS, I was like, we're going to get Fury Road guy for that, and like, yeah, of course BVS, and I mean I love all the scores, but like just a lot of the scores with BVS and Zack Snyder's Justice League are just like phenomenal because he's doing those big types of scores that just, it's the I want to say almost like the John Williams-esque, but like in a very it's weird because like Hans Zimmer and John are kind of like the two big, like, like the two differences and stuff like that, and like Junkie's more of the modern, but like I don't know, the way it works is just really, really good.
Yeah, so, I mean, he learned so much from, and he does have a unique style. Like when it comes to, it's edgier, I guess you could say, because like when you hear the BVS score, and I mean, especially like the Wonder Woman theme, I mean, that doesn't exist without Junkie. I mean, that's Hans Zimmer, but those drums, I mean, Junkie, I mean, like Tom, I guess you could say, is like he's all about the drums. So when you hear that, that's him adding to that. I mean, it's just I mean, and then you hear that. I mean, obviously, we heard that 2 other times this year. Anytime she had a cameo, you have that. And a lot of people make fun of that.
Where it's lost. I mean,
it's such a good theme, though.
Yeah. But no, it's interesting though too, because you have John Williams and then the Hans Zimmer and the Junkie XL with like Superman, and then now you've got like Star Wars with John Williams, and now you've got Rebel Moon, which is its own kind of thing with like Junkie. So it's kind of like this whole new like life basically with all this stuff. So yeah,
and it just probably works with. I mean, it works with Zack's style. Mm-hmm. It really does.
I forget how long is the first cut of part 1.
220 something,
and then it's like
another hour.
Another hour for the director's cut. Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Real quick, I did want to ask. I don't know if any of you it was even on your radar. But speaking of director's cuts, did anyone get a chance to see The Abyss in 4K?
No,
director's cut.
No, I wanted to, but I during the week it's hard. It's like
it was right in the middle of the week one day, so it was like it wasn't like a weekly thing.
In the theater right around on the corner from my house, if it had it, I probably would have went. But it wasn't there. I would have had to drive over the hill, and I'm like, I can't. I'm just like, I'm not gonna do that. I wanted to so bad. I've seen the director's cut, because it's been released before, but obviously this is a remastered version. But I mean, I love that movie. I grew up that movie. I watched that movie so many times, and I really wanted to but it's just during the week, just too fucking hard.
One Wednesday.
It's such a random time that they threw it out, but I was able to go. I got like the poster and stuff. So I own The Abyss, but it's funny because it's the DVD version, and it's basically just a Laserdisc transfer for even the special edition. So I was like very confused, and I actually ended up not like going on my way to see that, like, even though I owned it, because I thought something was up with I didn't understand about the letterbox and transfers at that time. I just thought something was up with the disc, and then I found out later what the thing was. So in reality, when I went to go see it, that was my first actual time experiencing the movie, like, ever, and seeing the special edition and stuff. And watching it too, I was very like scratching my head about what the shortened version of it was, but it was still very ahead of its time. Well, and I was gonna say so much so that without. Sorry, go.
I'm just saying, like, the shortened version. I mean, there's like a whole like subplot of the aliens wanting to just destroy the humans with like tidal waves and shit like that. That was not in the original version.
Yeah, well, it kind of made more sense, like, why the aliens or the underwater beings are there to begin with. Like, what's the whole purpose of having them in the movie? It's because of that and stuff like that. But I thought it was interesting because it was reflective of like kind of like the rest of his career, like themes and stuff that would show themselves over and over again, in his works, and about, between the great technology we have and, how we're also a destructive species, and, so on and so forth and stuff like that. But I liked the ending for the most part. The only thing about it that I think was kind of was interesting is that the movie is very like dark and fucked up through most of it. There's a good ray of hope throughout a lot of it, especially between Ed Harris and his ex-wife and all of that. But then, like, once he does the alien stuff and they're up above, I mean, it's meant to be a much more upbeat ending, because they don't destroy humanity. But, like, it's almost, it's probably one of the more schmaltzy type of moments that I've seen Cameron do, where he was like, "I love you, wife," and they're like making out on top of like this giant, alien spacecraft, and, but yeah. But no, I very much enjoyed it. It was very good quality what we saw in the theater and stuff like that. It wasn't just like they projected it off of like a DVD or something like that. So, they did it. They did a good job. So I'm looking forward to getting the
It's a great movie, and anybody who hasn't seen it, I mean, watch it. I mean, that technology paved the way for so much. I mean, it paved the way for Terminator 2 with the T-1000. I mean, Cameron, he was even said that he originally wanted the T-1000. He had the T-1000 concept already in his head when he wrote the first Terminator movie, but they couldn't pull it off. So it's like, all right, let's just do the robot version. And then Abyss came out, and you see the water technology, the VFX, and then of course Terminator 2 just upgraded it, and that's what's so great about it. But Travis, you got to go. You have a date with a big ass fucking lizard, apparently.
Yeah, no, that's what I had planned and stuff. I dropped by one to see Mr. Balga and stuff like that. My hope is to be on next week for an actual full episode, because I was going to be on the Thanksgiving episode. Dave said, "Oh yeah, it's going to be there," and then I see some tweet about full turkey. You know, no, that's all good.
I had 3 Thanksgivings, man. I couldn't.
Oh no, yeah, you would just be sitting there for 4 hours doing nothing. But no, I hope to be back. Luckily, with the holidays coming up, I get a bit more free time once because I get vacation stuff. So hopefully next 2 weeks I'll be on a couple full episodes. So hope everyone has a good night. Everyone have a good weekend. Chris, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I'm anxious to see your review, man. I'm looking for it. Yeah.
1 out of 10. No, I'm joking. Have a good night.
Be like, it sucked.
Yeah,
sucked.
no,
you look fake.
No,
just like
wait.
guys look fake. Just kidding. All right, man. Thanks,
See you,
Travis. See ya. Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm curious to see that. But yeah, anybody who hasn't seen The Abyss, yeah, go see it. Has everybody seen The Abyss here?
I want to see it now that you're talking about it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
it is.
I haven't seen it either. I heard it's Alien but underwater.
Yep.
Sort of. Well, that's the thing too. And I talked with.
They make that joke. They call UFOs underwater flying objects. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I talked with my buddy of mine who's a huge James Cameron fan, who I saw it with and stuff, and we joke that the studio executives were like, there's not because between Terminator and Aliens, which are so, fucking violent, whereas The Abyss is violent too, but it's more of just like, the elements and like, that kind of thing. It's not necessarily like the aliens are coming on the ship and trying to kill everybody. That's not the movie and stuff. So it's much more kind of like optimistic and comparatively. So I'm wondering if like the studio execs saw like the ending and were like, no, let's nix this. We don't have enough violence in this movie. Like we need to do this. But then I found out later Cameron was the one that pulled back on that because the effects weren't right or something like that, and they couldn't. It was almost 3 hours. The director's cut's almost 3 hours long, and for back then, that was like too much for the studio.
That required 2 tapes, right, Chris?
Yeah,
we talked about that earlier.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, we were talking about like that earlier. Anytime you had like a movie over 3 hours, it was like, you had to have 2 tapes. You had like the big case and 2 tapes in it. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, but like I was saying earlier, the projection was fantastic. The detail was great. I literally forgot that it's an 80s movie, or that it was meant to be an 80s movie, because the technology, I don't know how much of it was like real or how much was invented for the movie, because also Cameron's also a deep sea diver as well, and so he could have literally invented stuff in the movie that then ended up being used later in real life, knowing him. But like you forget it's an 80s movie until you're like there's like a scene with like Michael Biehn looking out a window underwater, and there's a Garfield plushie toy, like the suction cup with the feet. Yeah. And I was like, oh right, this is an 80s movie. Like that's how kind of far ahead of its time it was. So, but yeah, I definitely recommend seeing it if you guys haven't.
Yeah, because it's also, I mean, you could. It's like I don't want to say it's like exactly like The Thing, but when it comes to like John Carpenter's The Thing, it's all about that isolation of being somewhere that you can't get away from. When it came to The Thing, they're in the Arctic. They can't get away from whatever the hell is there. Now that's a horror sci-fi type of film. When it comes to The Abyss, it's like, yeah, they're underwater. They're just underwater. There's, you can't just go up to the surface and get out of the hole. But at the same time, it's not like the aliens are threatening, but there's other elements and there's all this other thing. And there's just more layers to it, I guess you could say, and you got these military fucks that are part of the crew, Michael Biehn being one of them. And it's just like, it's that isolation underwater where you start losing your mind, just kind of like how the sense of like being isolated it's the psychological what it does to your psyche. That's the thing. There's that element to it too, because you're in such an isolated environment that you can't just go, save me, people, and I'm just gonna like get out of this. No, you're stuck in an isolated. So that adds to the whole thing. But that's the only comparison I could say to the Thing, because the Thing obviously was the Thing, the alien creature, was very threatening. In this, not so much.
Yeah. Speaking of underwater movies, have you seen Underwater?
The one with yes.
Yeah.
You know what? That I have that movie. I like it and don't at the same time. There's things I don't like about it, but then there's things I went, man, you guys win for it. And I like that you
the
win
third
for
act. Oof, I love it. Christ. I love it. I love the third act. It's
That's
so good.
The thing. That's what I liked, is like the payoff at the end. I went, oh, you went kaiju kind of thing.
And the ultimate kaiju in terms of when you think about, the legacy of that monster, essentially, or that being. I love it. I love the fact that he went that far. He didn't care.
I think I do appreciate how they built up that movie. But yeah, there's something about an underwater isolated thing where it's like movies like that, where it does, you get like a certain fear when it comes to something like that. So I think that definitely adds to it. But yeah, Underwater was, I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it. I liked it.
I hate that it underperformed, but it came around. Disney didn't know what to do with it because they acquired Fox. They're like, what are we supposed to do with this?
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they actually released it versus how Warner Brothers Discovery situation when they took over. But Disney did the right thing in actually releasing the movies that were still sitting there, needed to be released. They actually made the right decision, even though it lost money. But
I like that we're like talking about all these different like quote unquote like monster disaster movies. Like there's like Dave, like you're emphasizing, the isolationist part of like, humans, exploring and then being overwhelmed or overcome by this, force of nature, and then Godzilla being, a chaotic force of nature as well, that humans with different motives have to, align to, defeat him. And then I was just thinking like, yeah, I wonder what y'all think of like, movies like, like Meg, the Meg, for example, where it's just very clearly like a spectacle. And I just saw the sequel for it recently and I had a wonderful time with it. But I think like my point is that like these three different types of, like disaster, movies, like they all have different intentions, but I was wondering what do y'all think as far as like how they succeed, or what are some things that those genres can like fail in your opinion? Like let's say like the campy sort of like Meg films, for example. When would those fail for you?
I think and sorry to cut you off, but but I was just saying like I think this is what we were talking about when it came to Godzilla -1 and Godzilla Kong, is like you have that variety. It's like you can have like what we were just talking about. You can have a movie like The Abyss or whatever, or like these isolated things, or even like Underwater. You could have like these movies that are just very contained, and the part of it is being in that isolation. And then you can have something like The Meg, where it's just ridiculous. It's Jason Statham. He's like, I always love like the first one where it's like, oh, he's like this. He used to be this badass dude, and now he's a drunk and at this like island resort, and he's drinking all the time. He doesn't give a shit, and somebody has to like show up to try like recruit him. It's like he's recruited, he's a drunk, but yet he still has a fucking like six-pack. I always love that. He's still kept in shape no matter what. How much he was doing, he's still ripped. But so you could have that fun. I haven't seen the second one yet. I did see the first one and I enjoyed it. Like you can, I welcome all of it. I welcome all of it. Yeah. I could talk, I could make fun of it, but whatever.
The biggest thing with these types of movies is the advertising, because well, for me, basically, like I know what I'm getting when I walk into say like Piranha 3D. I know I'm not getting Jaws, right? I think the biggest thing is
mini Jaws.
Yeah, exactly. But like, it's and literally the opening of Piranha 3D had has Richard Dreyfuss on a little boat. Like they know what they're doing. Like they know what they're making fun of. But like, yeah, if as long as you're advertising and you're letting the audience know or in on the joke kind of thing, like they didn't try to make the Meg look like a serious movie. Like you kind of knew right away this is going to be a ridiculous. And then Meg 2 went completely like Fast and Furious, like out the window. Like he's on a jet ski with like a spear. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like just let them do what they want to do. Like I'm not going to protest this movie. Like they clearly know what they know what their audience is on this one. It's only when you get into like if you're talking monster movies or stuff like that, it's only when you get into like kind of like throwing the audience off like on purpose. Like I definitely think that James Wan was having fun with Malignant because they advertised it like a regular James Wan like Conjuring movie, and it wasn't that. It was like once you realize what it is, you're like, oh, it's this movie. But I think I think it still did well, but I know audiences were very like either pissed off or like completely thrown off, and it like but it also hyped up the movie too, I think.
Yeah, and I heard like the test screenings, people were walking out just so like mad, but like I was like, when I watched that movie, I went, oh my god, he went campy as shit.
Hell.
Like he went total campy, and he just went for it, and I love it.
It became a John Wick movie.
Kind of did,
kind of. Yeah,
because the signature James Wan shot is when he rotates around, and when you see Gabriel like effing people up like in the police station, it's so ridiculous because it's literally like, obviously it's the back part of the main character because spoilers or whatever, but I mean it's like they're just fucking everybody, all the police officers up, and it's going around, and it's like I just remember I was hysterically laughing during that part because I'm like, this is so great, James Wan, you beautiful son of a bitch, you pulled off this because, and I remember hearing all the bad things and blah blah blah, and everybody just misunderstood what you were trying to accomplish here. And yes, the studio messed up by representing as like, oh, this is like some, this is from the director of The Conjuring. Oh, this is going to be something like, no, he is going full on 80s camp right here. Like 100%. I love that.
I remember. Sorry, Rhea, go on.
Oh, that was kind of how I felt with Barbarian, for example. Yeah, that's another one where I kind of walked out. I'm just like, WTF.
Oh yeah, that's one of those movies too. Yeah, I was like, when I walked out of Barbarian, I went, wow, that was not what I expected. And I was, because the whole time I'm trying to guess. I'm like trying to figure it out. And then it was just basically just like, oh yeah, it was like an 80s horror movie. And it definitely has, it's like, oh, what the hell? What the, ugh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of The Whitest Kids You Know. So Zach Krieger making that movie. They're a sketch troupe. They're basically like Kids in the Hall in like America, essentially. Trevor Moore, rest in peace. He was like the John Cleese. He was extremely talented, but Zach was sort of like his Graham Chapman in that sort of thing. But Zach's a really talented guy. But yeah, Barbarian. If you've seen because I saw Whitest Kids You Know, there's elements in there that you're starting to know what you're in for. Because there's a scene where like this isn't too spoilers, but like Justin Long finds the house where this barbarian thing takes place, and like he's there, and he finds like the secret room, and any other person would be like terrified, and he just starts to like measure the space for the Airbnb so he can charge more money. Like it's like that's out of The Whitest Kids You Know, like that type of dark humor and stuff like that. So after a while I started to realize what type of movie. But Zach's gonna interviews too where it's like, okay, I'm doing this low budget horror movie, but I want to basically write this, I want to make this monster movie, but I also like okay, I could go for Bill Skarsgård being the bad guy, but he's like, everyone, like, I know he's going to be the bad guy. Everyone seeing this knows he's going to be the bad guy. So let's not do that. And that's kind of where the movie like changes the pace and stuff.
And I think some people didn't like that because like the first act is entirely, it feels like that traditional, like, okay, these two are sharing an Airbnb. It got confused. And then there's like all this buildup and everything. And then all of a sudden, like when it gets to the second act, they just go, hey, here's Justin Long. He's part of this. He's like on a totally different thing. And then it's just like, it goes into a different direction, which I totally dug. I was like, oh, okay. you sold it as this, and it goes this. Oh, and then in the third act, it comes together, and I'm like, oh, okay, good job. I really enjoyed Barbarian. Yeah,
and that's go ahead.
No.
Well, I was gonna say it really goes to the marketing. I don't know who's gonna talk. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah. I'll say it's all about the marketing, because sometimes you say, "Oh, it's clever marketing," because they're hiding something.
Yeah.
But then there's also the marketing where it's, "Oh, they're marketing as completely something different," and then you go in, and then you leave disappointed. So it's kind of a fine line. Like, okay, do you want to market it and trick the audience, and they actually enjoy it, or are they going to actually like push back against it and say, no, you actually screwed us over, because that's we were expecting this, we got this.
Yeah,
so I don't know what that balance is.
I think in general the film was well received, and a lot of people were like, yeah, like definitely go watch it. And I felt like not a lot of spoilers were happening around it, which was encouraging. So one thing I did take away from it, like after the initial WTF walking out of like my viewing experience, was I sat on the movie a little bit and I was like, yeah, they were actually making a point around like, yeah, the main character, she had like these like expectations around like certain figures in the film. Like with Skarsgård's character, she was very fearful, and he ended up being like a great guy. And then the Justin Long character, she actually put a lot of trust and faith in his character being able to help her survive in that situation, and he was totally just like, I'm out, just totally abandoned her and for his own like well-being. And then also there was like the cops, obviously, like they're total trash bags, like they didn't help her at all, they were totally gaslighting her too. So the people that she put these like optimistic expectations to, that us as people would probably like me personally, I would probably make those same decisions too, and have the same skepticism around other characters that ended up being really nice. Like there was also a homeless person who ended up being like kind of a bastion of hope as well, where she was very fearful of him too. So not to say that it was like I think it did succeed in like subverting expectations, and that like, yeah, you never know who would be like, that someone to, help you in these like horrific situations. And it was just something to think about, I guess. Like, yeah, like for me, for example, I kind of like latched on to the main character a little bit, because I was like, yeah, everything she's doing, I would more or less do as well. Like, so it was immersive for me in that aspect.
I think I didn't even think about it. Like, that's a good point, because like you said, it was sold as like, okay, so yeah, Skarsgård, he's the creepo, but then he ended up not being. And then you see like Justin Long's characters, he like, and it's it's like, so normally, it kind of threw you off, where it's like the people that are supposed to help the main character really did not, and the people that you thought were like the not so good ones that's actually, I didn't even think about it like that until you said that.
There was a quick parallel too, not to like drag on this tangent that I created, but there was like a flashback of like a female character who let the older man like in her house, just based off of like, oh, he's wearing like electrician suit, and he's holding like a toolbox. Obviously I'm gonna let him in my house. And so like there was like these like preconceived notions about the appearance of someone or the circumstances making someone feel either like at risk or kind of like, yay, this person's here, or like, yeah, there's a normal person here. So yeah, just sort of like holding,
that's good,
like holding a mirror to like that like you kind of set yourself up for this based off of your preconceived notions. So that was like after I had to like really like digest the film. So for what it's worth, I will say that it's probably good for like a one-time watch.
Yeah.
But after it's you'd already know like like what the roller coaster is when it's over. I'm like, I didn't really feel compelled to like watch it again, but yeah.
It's kind of one of those too. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
It's interesting when you think of like how vast now the horror genre has become.
Oh yeah.
When you think of like it started with way back in the 30s, just by the old monster movies, mummy movies, everything like that. Now we get the slasher movies. Now we see how vast it's become. I mean, Infinity Pool just blew my mind.
Ooh,
I missed that, but I want to see it.
Oh yeah,
same. Yeah, I love me a ghost.
That'll
So I
screw
want
with
to
your
watch
mind
it.
in that sense. But like all the ones Barbarian, like they take an aspect of what's been in horror and just say it's not even just putting a twist on it. It's just taking that kind of idea and saying like, what if I do this with it? What if I change it with this? And to your point, like what you were bringing up earlier is the marketing is like, you're right. It is a gamble in the sense of how do you market? Are we marketing it to a certain type of audience sect, or are we marketing it to like, I want to see this because it's giving this kind of twist and idea?
Yeah, that's how I feel about the Scream 5 and Scream 6, where like they're I know those are like, like kind of like mixed, as far as like the legacy fans and newer fans and how they, approach the self-referential, legacy storylines and stuff like that. But I think it was, effective in how they, again, sort of subverted those tropes and come out, with a completely, in my opinion, unexpected, outcome. So yeah, in one way, kind of like reinventing and creating like new, ways of horror telling that are not necessarily vested in tropes. So yeah.
Yeah. It's I mean, the genre of horror and monsters and stuff like that and everything, I mean, it's gotten to the point where, I mean, for at least from like I'd say this even the 70s until now, especially, it's that genre which is, you can go high budget, you can go especially low budget, where it's filmmakers are allowed to just really experiment and just have fun and just see what really works. The only downside to that is that when the corporate aspect of it is that like, hey, this one horror movie worked really well, let's make 8 or 9 sequels to it that don't need to really exist, and I mean sometimes
what happens?
Sometimes it's a cool idea, like say Freddy Krueger, because he can't really die, he's always comes back in dreams and stuff like that. But then other times it's just like, I mean, I love Chucky, but like how many more Chucky things do
but
we need?
apparently the show is really good. I've heard.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear, that it's good. Yeah.
I think what happened too is I think the person who does the show is a huge Chucky fanatic, so they've just taken like everything and made it like work, kind of like Cobra Kai and like a sense. I don't know if it's at the level of Cobra Kai, but like the fans come through once again. But some people also just love the stupidity of it too. Like Friday the 13th is a ridiculous franchise, but people loved it when they had all of the classic movies finally together in one box set. I remember I had friends of mine that were trying to get their hands on that because it was just, every movie got more ridiculous basically, because they didn't know, they themselves didn't care about the mythology, and then Jason's in space for some reason.
Oh God, that was so bad. That was so B-roll, C-roll, I think.
Right.
Anyway.
C-roll.
But there's been so much that has come from especially the indie horror. We wouldn't have guys like Sam Raimi if it wasn't for that, or like Evil Dead, like that right off the bat.
I love the original Evil Dead so much. God.
Yeah, it's a classic.
And I think it's just the fact that it was made with such a low budget and was made with such practicality. I mean, obviously there's like that sequence at the end that uses like the claymation stuff like that, which is what most of the budget went into. But yeah, it's just stuff like that. And just even going back to the Infinity Pool thing, Chris is like, I remember going into that movie going, I don't really know what the fuck this is about. I just know it's about this. And that's the thing, is that's how they sold it. They sold it as like, oh, this is like some crazy psychological thriller. What's going on? But when you actually find out, which you do find out fairly, like probably, I mean, the first act, maybe it gets like like right when you start the second act, you start figuring out like, oh, it's about this. And I don't want to say it because it's still fresh and I still want people to see it, because when you actually figure out what is happening, you go, what the fuck? This is not what I expected. Like it goes off the like, oh, this is what this is. This is what's happening here. What the? And then you start thinking, how would I react in this situation if this is this, and then it gets pretty damn fucking raunchy for sure. And I heard there's like even a raunchier like director's cut, which I'm going, how could they get even raunchier? Because holy shit, it gets raunchy.
It just comes to like that Fight Club moment where you just go full stop. What just happened?
Exactly.
You just lost Captain Pressure.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think I remember like sitting up going, oh, this is what it's about. I was like, oh, what? And I remember explaining it to somebody, and I was like, this is what it's about, because they were like, I don't want to see it. I'm like, well, let me explain it to you. And I explained it, and they went, whoa, really? And I was like, yeah. Can you imagine if you were in that situation? Like, yeah. So it makes you think. It like makes you like really go like, oh wow, what if you were in the situation of that? What would you, I don't know. It's like I said, watch it. Not just for the raunchiness, but
I haven't seen it. I'm definitely seeing it on your recommendation. I know a friend of mine had been curious to check it out when it was coming up. But
check it out. See what you think about it. It's not for everybody.
Hats off have to go to Mia Goth, because I've seen clips of her in like Pearl and X and Infinity Pool.
She's great.
She's crazy, and then like you watch her in real life, and she's like British, and she sounds like a small like orphan child asking for more soup or blueberry pie, and it's like she's like the sweetest person ever, and it's just like, wow.
When you see her in these movies, and she's like, I'm like, how? Like she goes buck fucking wild.
She's got the crazy eyes. It's like,
yes,
it's those eyes.
And those come out in Infinity Pool too. There's like a scene where she like just unleashes, and you're like, holy shit. I'm like, geez, if we need a new Harley Quinn, we got the actress right here. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's great. She's great. I still have to catch up on all the Pearl movies. I haven't caught up on those.
Yeah, X came out first. Pearl is the prequel, and then is there another one?
Yeah, it's called Maxine. I think it's called Maxine or something like that.
Right.
Anyways, I know Jordan, you have to like take off.
It's getting late. Yeah,
getting late for you. So yeah. But I appreciate you showing up as always. It was great talking to you. Of
course, man. Always.
Yeah.
It's always cool to hang out
and promote whatever.
Chainsaw Reacts everywhere. That's where you'll find me. Making content, making faces is what I do. That's what I do. Watch trailers, make faces. That's all I do.
There it is, man. Hey, it's part
Thanks for having me on, man.
Brand. Always, man. Always great talking to you. Talk to you
everybody.
later.
See ya.
But yeah, I mean, watch Infinity Pool, because I had I went into it going, all right, this seems like some kind of twisty psychological thing. But then when you figure out what's going on, you go, oh my God, that's a unique idea. It's very unique. So
yeah, like to your point, the trailer looked like, oh, Swingers Island gone wrong.
Yeah, that's what it kind of looked like. But then you go, oh, there's a whole other like sci-fi. That's the thing. I'll say this, just a sci-fi level to it. And I was like, oh, I like that. I like, because anytime you like inject some kind of like sci-fi into it, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. So that's all I'll say right there. But
and to your point, going like how trailers market certain things at that point, I go back to even Nope.
Yes.
That just watching that, and my wife does not do horror movies whatsoever, and I'm watching that. I'm watching the trailer on her TV. And it's not even, she's not even like watching in the background, but it's just how the Stevie Wonder music is being done in there. She's just like, nope, that's the post-purpose. I'm not even watching it. It's just the music. That's an actual song. I said, nope, well, how they're doing it. Nope, not doing it.
Nope.
I'm just glad that like, cause we went in it. I mean, there's always a slight twist, obviously, in every Jordan Peele movie. Not to say the level of like Fight Club, but it's there. And like I knew it was aliens, so I mean that didn't shock me, but how they did that was very clever. I think Jordan's always he's a very good visual filmmaker for sure, but I just love how he plays with that expectation and stuff. Like I remember the first time like he's in like the barn and like the kids dressed up, and my first thought was like, okay, it looks fine, but like really these are the aliens for the movie, and then it wasn't, and I was like, okay, cool,
thank
great.
God.
And then when you realize what it is, you're like, oh my God. And then I was like, oh, it's Jaws, but it's a cloud monster. I was like amazing.
Dude, I mean that scene where they sucked up everybody in that the show, and then they showed them like all like yelling and screaming and everything like that. I was like, I got so claustrophobic the first time I watched, even the second time. I saw it twice in the theaters, and both times I was just like sitting in my chair like, I'm claustrophobic, because it just the way that he shot that, and it was just, and even the buildup, how he like when you watch it, I've seen it probably 3 or 4 times now, but because I just love like, oh man, this was so unique how he did it, and just the fact that he titled it Nope. It's like it's like you wouldn't even like, again, it's like one of those things where it's just like if you were to see the title and you'd be like, and you see the poster and you go, what the fuck is this movie? But it ended up being a successful movie. Like it ended up because people were curious of like, what is this? And that's what I love about Jordan Peele is like he's a very unique filmmaker where it's like you don't know what to expect. I mean, a lot of people didn't like Us as much. I think that would, and even then,
I think the twist was too much. But I personally was digging it because
I totally did too.
Yeah. I mean, the thing was, if Us had come out maybe after Nope, maybe it would have been a little bit more accepted. But the thing is that Get Out was, even though it's a little bit high concept, like in terms of like mind control and stuff like that, it's pretty grounded. It's a pretty grounded movie. But like Us, you kind of have to take another suspension of disbelief to kind of get
big
like
time.
the big twist at the end kind of thing. But but that's not really important. The important thing is the main character and why she is the way she is and why it's happening. Like that's the main focus. But what I found great about Nope, and we were talking about this earlier, just about people taking real chances. But the best part that I find about the real horror movies that I find that last are the ones that are about something beyond the monster or the thing happening. It's I mean, like the thing is, the people love Jaws because they love the chief and they love the camaraderie on that boat. They might love Nope more so because of the theme. I mean, for me, it's because of the theme of like how the biggest thing about that movie is how people deal with tragedy and like how they commercialize it almost, because that's the main theme. I mean, the guy
you see it right in the opening when you go see his area he's selling out for people to go as like an Airbnb kind of thing.
Yeah. And the opening scene with, I mean, it's the flat. You don't know what it is at first. You don't know the context, but it's the flashback to to the set. And this guy has made a career, or at least a living, with his wife on this tragedy that like ruined his life basically. But also it's like, he has people, he has, like you said, he has people sleeping in the Airbnb to be next to this, this tragedy. And it's like, but then you cut to like, after Nope, you cut to a few years later and there's people that just went down to see the Titanic again and it cost them their lives. And it's like, you guys don't even need to do it. They have all this documented. You didn't even need to go.
Yeah.
But we have this fascination with this.
Good point.
Yeah. Then that to me was the bigger. I had the experience of watching the movie and I dug it. I thought it was really cool, but it was because of a movie like that I was able to have like a 3 to 5 hour discussion with my buddy afterwards, and like us talking about like why the monkey is so fucking important. And people were like, I don't get the monkey. It's like the monkey, that's the focus. It's another monster, but it's also like it's nature. Like, and that's kind of what it is. And like, again, even Godzilla
minus
tame
one, tame the beast kind of thing,
Yeah, Godzilla -1, the same thing. It's just this force of nature. How do you deal with this? How do you counteract this? Like, how do we survive, basically? So even the thing or the alien is kind of the same idea.
Yeah, I remember when I watched Nope for the first time, I was like, I was like, what is up with the whole monkey thing? Why do they keep going back to that? Like at first I was like this parallel story. And when I walked out of it, I was like, okay, I get what they were going for. And I was like, but I don't know. I was like, maybe it's going to be too confusing or whatever. But then when I watched it again and knowing that, I paid attention to that more. And I went, oh, okay, this is what Jordan Peele wanted. He wanted you to watch the movie again. And I love it when there's movies like that where you need to watch it again to fully embrace what the filmmaker was going for. So when I watched it again, I was like, oh man, this guy fucking did some shit. Like he understood, like, he's like, I want people to go in there and be like, what the hell's going on with the whole monkey, like, effing people up on the set of this thing? Like, and then I was like, oh yeah, it was all, when it came to, Stephen Yeun's character, like trying to tame the beast again and doing all that stuff. And it's just, it made like, I remember just going, and I was explaining to Steph, I was like going like, hey, I was like, this is what like that whole thing, because she was like the first time seeing it, she was like, yeah, the monkey part was a little, I was like, well, this is kind of just like, it's a parallel story, just kind of like telling you about like, you know, how he's trying to like tame the beast and nature and all this kind of stuff and the nature of the beast and stuff like that's the storytelling right there, the parallel storytelling he was trying to tell you.
Yeah,
and it was just so great.
Even the first scene with the main character and his sister, you know, they're trying to, you know, utilize their company with the horses, right? And what's the first thing that happens is the horse gets startled, they get nervous, the filmmakers, so they end up using the CGI or like a stand-in horse instead. But it's that the guy, because and the horse got spooked because some idiot turned the or the lens
that
or
ball
whatever
thing that
right
scared
and
him.
and the horse gets spooked, and it's like, and then cut to like towards the end of the movie with him and Jean Jacket, the monster, and he's realizing it's the same thing. This thing is a beast. This thing's a monster. I can't make don't make eye contact with it, because like it sees, because a lot of beasts or a lot of animals known in nature, at least that's what Jordan's I think trying to communicate with us, is that, you know, direct eye contact with them is a sign of a threat. Like if I'm making eye contact, it means I'm looking to like, you know, hurt you basically.
Even human beings, like different ethnic cultures and things like that, like some people might interpret as like, you know, people look in the eyes like it's a sign of disrespect looking someone in the eye at that point. You know, I had a work colleague who saw Nope, and she was just like, I think that was a terrible movie. I don't understand it, and things like that. And I said, here, I'm going to put this in your hands right now. You're going to read this article by Richard Newby. He puts it so well in the sense of, once she read that, she says, oh my God, I need to see the movie again.
Exactly.
I didn't even think it like that. And
I love
that.
That.
Just changed the perspective immediately.
Yeah. It's just, it's weird. I think, I mean, not to make this about a Jordan Peele centric thing, but yeah, I mean, I think he's gotten more experimental the further on he's gone, because Get Out is very, very grounded, very, very direct, I mean, obviously, there is that subversive quality, because you can ask anyone, it plays differently for a white audience, it plays different for a black audience, but like regardless, there's a lot of relatability in that. Like every adult has had that moment where they have to meet the parents, or they have to, you know, deal with
awkward
that awkward conversation moment, or whatever the case is. And then it's like it's got the Stepford Wives kind of quality to it. And then like Us is not that. Us is a completely different like aspect of that horror, where it's like family vacation gone wrong kind of thing. But it's like, and then there's another thing. And then I could even argue that Nope, in a basis, just starts as like, it's basically it's a sibling story, and it's basically them trying to make, you know, sense of, because the dad just, you know, their dad just dies, and they have to work together to try and salvage the farm, or salvage like the movie business thing that they have. And one wants to go one way, one wants to go the other, but then it becomes the monster movie, and like in the middle of that. So it's like, so there's, it's interesting how but again, the fact that I'm intrigued to see what he does next, I think is always what you want to do as a filmmaker.
Well, we got to wait for a year. Sorry, I'm just saying, like, his new movie's coming out Christmas of next year, the same time as Nosferatu, Robert Eggers.
Oh, okay.
They're releasing on Christmas of next year. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's interesting. 2 horror movies type.
I'm down.
Whatever. Anyways, what were we gonna say, Ray?
Oh yeah, sorry. Before I forget, to your point, Paul, about making direct eye contact. It's interesting that the true horror and terror of the monster, whether it be Jean Jacket or the chimp, there's only when it's direct eye contact, when they're looking at it like through like a lens, or like when the what was it, the camera dude, he was able to capture it because it's indirect. And then what was I gonna say, so like the fries worker, like he's like so obsessed with like alien activity, and he's like viewing it from like this security system that he just happens to have on their property, I think. Like no, he's like really into that. And like that's just one thing I wanted to call out too.
No, and honestly, like, that's how much is going on in the movie. Like, we haven't even talked about really the underlying plot of like the filmmaking aspect, because they're on a film set. They're a company that provides horses for movies. their ancestor supposedly was like the first man shot on like the first piece of film ever. The literal movie ends with them using the tourist trap thing to
Yeah. That was like, you said lens. I was like, oh yeah, how does she defeat him? Like she uses that whole like lens camera thing to like to find where the creature is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but again, like they needed evidence basically too, because they wanted to. Because again, it goes back to using tragedy as a selling point, because they know if they get the evidence, if they, I supposedly they killed Jean Jacket. Peele has not said if they succeeded or not. It looked like they succeeded, in my opinion, but they wanted the evidence because you know that once that's done, they're going to try to make that the next tourist attraction probably, and get people to come to the thing. Mostly, I mean, that's what I insinuated from the movie and stuff. So it kind of goes full circle, and the cycle just kind of keeps repeating basically, you know. So yeah,
such a good movie. So I mean, Jordan Peele is I just love that, you know, obviously Key and Peele that came out, which was like fantastic. I mean, I remember just watching. I mean, obviously it was like Chappelle Show, and then kind of Key and Peele, and they, and then just both of them. I love that both of them are successful in their own regards, because you know, you got Jordan Peele, and then you got my what's his name, Michael Keegan Michael. Yeah, he's just like, you know, he's everywhere. He just shows up in like so many things, and he's just always like this, you know, presence. And then Jordan Peele is just doing like, I'm gonna make unique horror movies, and he's knocking it out of the park. And I'm like going, all right, what's next, man? Just give me what's next, because I enjoyed your first three. I just love that. Man, it's just because so many layers of like that. But like jumping off, you know, to one of the things I want to talk about. I mean, obviously, we Chris and I kind of talked about it briefly, but like the Deadpool 3 stuff that's been happening. You want to talk about another, you know, brilliant mind again, Ryan Reynolds, brilliant mind. And I cannot wait for like the marketing for Deadpool 3. I think it's going to be something special, because even now, like with all, obviously you can get spoiled to death when it comes to all the set images that are out there. And if you see them, you're like, oh yeah, man, there's that character. And then there's certain things that are happening in this opening sequence that could just go crazy. But I love the fact that Ryan Reynolds was like, all right, I'm going to release a statement, and then we're just going to release like fake set images now. And I'm like, perfect.
For me, it seems like, I mean, because again, I'm on Instagram quite a bit. I'm on Facebook. I'm on forums. Things pop up. I try to avoid spoilers as best I can. But no, I think Ryan has this unique aspect with the superhero genre, whereas like where he was at the time in like 2015, no one I mean, fans wanted it, but no one in studios wanted a Deadpool movie. So he worked his ass off to make sure it happened. He leaked footage. He did whatever he could, and now.
Wait a minute. They said they still haven't revealed who that was.
I think we know,
it was Ryan. Come on.
Yeah. But like, no one's going to sue him at this point. It's a $1 billion franchise at this point, and it's an R-rated $1 billion franchise. But like, I mean, he's become now sort of like, I mean, it's weird because like, I think Deadpool works in like small doses, so I think movies are like the perfect format for him to a degree. Unless you were to say to do like an animated series, which they had at one point were going to do, I guess, and then it fell through. But the point is like he's become this guy that was like imitated so often, because I would argue that like clearly Ayer Suicide Squad, going back to I know the Ayer cut Confidence, but like
we'll why that a little bit,
right, that happened because of Deadpool, because the Warner Brothers wanted to make a Deadpool-esque movie with like more jokes and color and like colorful humor and stuff like that, because it was such a huge success. And then even I would say even Birds of Prey kind of felt like Harley trying to emulate Deadpool and stuff like this. But Deadpool still kind of stands above, because Ryan tries to stay ahead of it. He's seen like all the pitfalls and stuff, and like his like the way that him and even now like Rob from Always Sunny, now that they've teamed up with their Wrexham, they're just kicking ass, taking names. Like the way that they advertise, the way that they try to control the narrative is like should be studied, because especially, or at least with the modern wave scoopers and all this other stuff. Like the way that that he's handling it is really impressive and stuff. So I'm excited for Deadpool 3. I've stayed away from spoilers. The way I'm going into it is like, and again, I loved the movie Multiverse of Madness, but now I'm like, okay, so it's basically going to be Multiverse of Madness, but it's actually going to do probably all of the things that we think it's going to do, probably, maybe. If not, we'll have a funny Deadpool movie.
It's gonna be in a funny sense. It's gonna be in more like a parody sense. I mean, obviously, when it comes to Doctor Strange or anything else that has to do with multiverse, they have to take it relatively seriously. The luxury that they have with Deadpool is they don't have to take any of it seriously, and they can actually do like a parody version. I mean, it just sounds like the opening sequence is just going to be batshit crazy, and you know, I mean, that's the thing is like before this we had 2 Deadpool movies, but it was in the Fox universe. They couldn't do much with it. Now Deadpool's in the MCU, and they have every property that Marvel owns at their disposal. All the toys. So there's no limits now. They can do whatever. And it sounds and I won't say everything that I've seen, like when it comes to pictures, but they're going full force. Like
you could literally have like established MCU characters jump into frame, say the F word, and then jump back out. You could have that just be a whole montage, and it would be funny to people because
I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Evans just showed up just to like remember he showed up in Free Guy, just going, oh, what the shit, like kind of thing, because they like, I wouldn't be surprised if they like just did something like that, or you know, everybody's wondering if those, you know, if he's going to show up or Robert Downey should show up. You know, he's just going to pop up in this and just say, drop an F-bomb and then just that's it. You know, there's so much that they can do and just make fun. I mean, we're now, I mean, obviously the superhero genre has been around since 1978, but it got really kicked into gear with the first X-Men movie. You know, that's when it really just like, okay, now like when it came to that, I mean, obviously we had things before that, but not much. And now when it came to the first X-Men movie, you know, we had the X-Men movies, we had Spider-Man that comes after that. And then it was just like, everybody's trying to find their footing. And then of course, when it came to like 2008, that's where it just took off. So you have so much to just kind of just make fun of, and they just have free range to a lot of, and yeah, I just can't wait to see. And the marketing is just going to be, again, like Ryan Reynolds is so brilliant when it comes to all that.
Yeah, I'm not worried, like, because I think Feig is smart enough to know that Ryan is Deadpool and let him kind of cook and do their thing and whatnot. And the Deadpool movies, Deadpool in general within the comic books, he's always kind of just doing his own thing. There's always like an event or there's something else outside of his little world, but he's always just kind of doing Deadpool stuff. So regardless, that's what they're going to go with. I mean, my only concern is that what is the heart of the movie going to be? Because like in the first one, it's about him and his girlfriend, and then in the second one, it's really more about him trying to save the soul of that kid, you know, who could become this like terrible person, but he doesn't want the kid to do that, basically. Whereas Cable doesn't care. Cable's like, I'm going to kill the kid and all that kind of stuff. So I'm curious to see like what the main focus of like the actual story is going to be, or if it's just going to be full on satire, which I think would be okay, but I hope that there's at least like a heart at like the center of it. Like does Deadpool have to deal with like, you know, are they going to make the joke? Are they going to recast the girlfriend, or can she transcend to a different univerce? You know, like because Deadpool,
I think like sorry.
No, I was just going to say because Deadpool would be aware of it, but nobody else would. So that's like the crutch. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, just really quick. I guess like my exhaustion personally has been that a lot of the Marvel films and television shows tend to feel like vehicles to get to the next quote unquote product. And I'm sure like, you know, this has been talked about ad nauseum. And I'm just seeing that, you know, we're getting, you know, seeds of, you know, mutants and X-Men, you know, interactions. And I think one of the most major takeaways for a lot of people with the Marvels was that, you know, they reintroduced a lot of, you know, well-known familiar, you know, characters and reemphasized, you know, the multiverse. So yeah, it's to your point, Paul, about, you know, the effectiveness of what the heart of the story is going to be. I'm hoping that there is going to be something of substance that I could take away from that film as like a standalone, yeah, this is a great movie. I could like,
right.
go back and watch it outside of the context of, 1 and 2, not feeling like, okay, great. Yeah, they're setting up the next film that I'm going to see in like maybe a year or so. At least like, like it not feeling like a puzzle piece to, a grander, I guess like narrative that, a lot of folks feel compelled to follow just because they've invested so much time in this series already. Like I'm personally hoping that they're like it can have that serve that purpose, but I don't want that to be the primary purpose or feel like, it's like remember this, remember that, remember this, and then that
exactly.
just, kind of drive, the duration of the film. I'm hoping that that's not the case.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like I don't love all of them, but I think that the Guardians movies for the most part work, and they work kind of away from most of the Marvel movies, with the exception of maybe 3, because it is clearly affected hugely by Infinity War, and because like Infinity War affected a lot of everything. But I think those movies for the most part work on their own, and I feel if that's the case, you can do that with the Deadpool movies. The only thing that's like really like working against it is that it is transcending from another universe, and then they have to they have to make it a satire probably of the multiverse effect, and the fact that Deadpool is tied so closely to the X-Men and all this, and like the worst thing that they could do, in my opinion, structurally or narratively speaking, if you guys have ever seen it, I would recommend not doing Wreck-It Ralph 2, because that's kind of well, again, I don't hate Wreck-It Ralph 2, but if you've seen Wreck-It Ralph 1 and you've seen Wreck-It Ralph 2, Wreck-It Ralph 2 is a Disney commercial made up to be a Wreck-It Ralph.
You're right. You're right.
I felt like they severely dated that.
No, great. Sorry, go on.
Of course.
Oh yeah, the princess scene for sure. I was just gonna say they severely dated that film by using a meme that was relevant for maybe a blip in time during like the year before it came out. I'm just like, that was something that was really irritating personally.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Wreck-It Ralph 2 since it came out. So like, and I love Wreck-It Ralph 1. I own that. But yeah, like Wreck-It Ralph 2, I gave some pause to, and I was like, okay, it's fine. And then the more I thought about it, I was like, it's got a good lesson in there, because the whole point is that he lets Sarah Silverman's little character, the little candy girl, go off and be on do her own thing. Yeah. Sorry, it's been like I said, it's been a while since I've seen these movies, but he let her go off and do her own thing, and it was a good lesson about friends not holding other friends back and letting them explore and be their own person, which I thought was a good lesson. But it was like 90% of the movie was a commercial, and it was like 10% was that story. So that's the only thing, in my opinion, that could hinder Deadpool 3 from being a good movie to a great movie, or at least as far as like the other Deadpool movies are concerned. Because when I look back on Deadpool 1 and 2, there's nostalgia, there's like there's cameos, there's things that appeal to fans, but those heart lessons in the movie, or like the goal of what Deadpool wants, is what makes me watch those movies again, because that's the heart of the movie. So don't lose the heart. And that's it, basically.
I'm sure.
But,
I'm sure they're gonna keep that. There's gotta be something in there.
Yeah, I would hope.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, the biggest transition will just be like, for Deadpool anyway, will be like what stays from. Clearly, Weasel will probably get recast in some way or another. We'll probably use that as a way to replace the guy from.
What's his name? Weasel. Yeah, what's his name?
I forgot it now. I used to watch Silicon Valley all the time too.
I follow him on Twitter. Jesus Christ, can't remember his name, but I know. Yeah, there was like a weird thing that happened where it was kind of funny because, God damn, what is his name? I can't remember his name. Somebody.
I'm losing it.
Yeah. But yeah, he said that like at one point, like on Deadpool 2 or something like that, Ryan like yelled at him or something like that for some reason.
I don't know.
And then all of a sudden he pulled back on it. He said it on a podcast that I listened to, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Yeah. I remember I listened to it like
TJ Miller.
Huh?
TJ Miller, thank you.
TJ Miller, thank you. And then it was like that happened, and then all of a sudden, like when it went around everywhere, all of a sudden he went and was like, you know what? We talked, and it was like it wasn't, and he like kind of corrected it. But I've also heard TJ Miller has also been not so
he basically got called out for horrible sexual things he had done, like I think in college or something. And then they basically canceled him immediately, which as far as I can tell, it seemed like it was legit. I mean, like people who knew him were like, yeah, no, he's a piece of shit or something. And then like basically it transpired from there where because he pretty much left Silicon Valley and was like, I'm going to go be a movie star. That happened. Everyone dropped him.
Yep.
And then he was calling in like a bomb threat or something at one point.
Yeah,
and then,
there was that too.
Yeah, and then at some point he did that interview. I think I'm seeing this like on news, but not really following it. And then he's like,
"Yeah,
I'll never work with Ryan Reynolds again." So I'm like, okay, so Weasel's probably done. Let's leave it at that.
There's not going to be a Weasel. No.
Yeah,
there doesn't need to be. You got Hugh Jackman now, so
yeah. but Hugh Jackman can only do Hugh Jackman for so long, you know. No, but like. Yeah, but if they want to recast anybody, they can if they need to with this new iteration. That's probably the only real, like, as far as like story and continuity, that's the only thing that I'm thinking of in terms of like what are they going to change up. I could see Brolin staying as Cable because he was so good as Cable, and Thanos is a CGI performance, so it's not necessarily.
They got to make fun of that now. You better believe that's going to be they're going to point that out about.
Did they? Did they make fun of it in 2? I feel like they did.
I don't think they did.
Okay.
No, I don't think they did make fun of that. But there's no way that they don't make fun of it in this one. The fact that it's like, they had Cable in the last one, and he was Thanos in the MCU. Now they have free range for the MCU. Yeah. I just don't see them not making there's going to be some kind of joke or something. I don't know. Did you guys hear that? Like Rob Liefeld said that Brad Pitt was actually going to be Cable before Josh Brolin. Yeah.
Yeah,
that would have been interesting.
That.
Phil had brought that up on Threads, and I was saying I'm glad that that Brad Pitt was the Vanisher for 2 seconds, and then that was it. But with the new continuity, I was like, it'd be great if I mean, again, Brad. I don't see Brad jumping on the Marvel bandwagon, especially at this point. But if he did, I would say have him be Cyclops' dad, the Corsair of the Starjammers. Yeah. I think because that's just like a cool character. He's not utilized too much. He just kind of shows up every now and then. But like, yeah, I could see him being, because he's handsome. He's kind of got that space pirate vibe. I think that would be just a cool thing to try out or something. But yeah, I'm glad I went to Josh Brolin, because I think Josh Brolin, I don't know, he's got the physique, he's got the look more so.
And I love the fact that they make the joke that it's like, yeah, it's not comic book accurate because Josh Brolin's not a tall dude. You know, and they actually make fun of it. It's like, yeah, not comic. It's like not accurate, not tall, like, but at the same time, he still fit that mold. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure if Brad Pitt maybe would have not fucking like gotten that, because just that deep and that dark, with the character, I just don't know if Brad Pitt would have pulled that off. I don't know. I like Brad Pitt's little cameo.
I mean, Brad's a very good. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah. I was just gonna interject. Hugh Jackman is like way taller than Wolverine in canon too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Wolverine, I think, is like 5'2". He's
he's supposed to be really short, but they didn't go with that. Yeah.
No, but I mean,
I'm wondering if Deadpool's gonna make a crack at that. See, that's the thing. There's so many jokes, and I'm like, how do you even sit down and think like, okay, we have all this now. We have Hugh Jackman back. We have the MCU. We have the Fox universe. That's what I'm just like. I'm worried that obviously I could be worried that there's going to be too much. And a lot of people, when I look at the timeline, when all the stuff's coming out, people are just worried like, oh, this is going to be too much. But I'm like, yeah, but I have faith. I have faith in Ryan, and I have faith in Sean Levy and everybody involved. I think they just sat down for a long period of time and just realized, all right, we can't go overboard. We have to just just kind of let's just. They have this whole they have this big huge planet of shit, and they have to condense it down into this movie. Not too many jokes. Yeah, I'm sure there's jokes that's not going to make it, but I mean that must have been a crazy writing process for sure.
I did want to sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No. Go ahead.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm really curious, Chris. What's your opinion on Deadpool as a character? Are you particularly fond of them? Because I know that they're a mixed bag for a lot of people, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
No, I like Deadpool's kind of gone on a big evolution since Liefeld created him, and where it's kind of gone now to kind of be more of the breaking the fourth wall at every chance. I think kind of going to where Ryan Reynolds has taken it, it's what you're bringing up, Dave, like all the different possibilities and how much he does ad lib on set and what he can do with it. I mean, for a while when we heard the rumors and then Feige saying, "Oh yeah, we're bringing Deadpool in the MCU," during COVID when they were talking about it, I was like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it. This is one that's gonna like be forgotten and will drop. But then it's now in existence. But I think Disney backing off of everything but Deadpool for next year in the MCU. I mean, that is, if the MCU taking a break and you're hitching your wagon to Deadpool, that's the smartest move for you, just because of who Ryan Reynolds is, what the character has done, what the rumors are spreading around it at that point. I think it's one of those things you bring up, how Deadpool can be people on both sides, whether it be really annoying and oversaturated versus like it's just a fun character to kind of see breaking the fourth wall. So I think there's a lot riding on this one. No pressure to Ryan Reynolds or anything like that, but he's welcoming it with saying, you know what, fine, I'm going to be the only movie. I'm going to be looked at if this works. I've saved the MCU.
Yeah. I feel like the only thing that he's going to be pressured. I mean, because again, like I said, Deadpool movies kind of work on their own. I think the only thing he's going to be pressured is just to tease, not to make it the movie, but to tease like Battle World and Secret Wars possibly, because of what I've heard with Deadpool dealing with like, supposedly the TVA and like all this other stuff and things like that. But
that's not a bad thing to have to deal with, because everybody loved Loki. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, especially season 2, everybody was like, I mean, I almost didn't want to watch the last episode because I'm like, it's gonna be over if I watch this. Like, goddamn, and it's like, and then you watch it, you go, is there gonna be more Loki after this? I mean, it's like one of those things, like, because that's what was working for the MCU, when it comes to at least the TV portion. I mean, but also obviously the movie portion too is like Loki was like worked, like it fucking worked. And if Deadpool's going to be touching a little bit with that, fine. I hope that Owen Wilson is in that. I hope we see Mobius. I hope we hear him like, wow, we got Deadpool right here. Wow, I want to see that. And even if Tom Hiddleston shows up in it or something like that, I don't know. I don't care. I just the fact that I heard that, and we know that that's definitely going to be the case because the Miss Minutes Twitter handle retweeted about Deadpool, and then Ryan Reynolds retweeted that. I'm like, okay, so Miss Minutes is definitely going to be in it. So the TVA is definitely going to be involved in this. And now you really have my attention because I love Loki.
The thing is too is people. I mean, again, as long as the pacing is good and it's handled correctly, people also forget too that like Ryan, like, part of the mainstay of the Deadpool comics too is that he's always kind of a passerby in the Marvel universe. He'll just jump into an Avengers platform and steal a jet. Like that's a Deadpool comic, or that's a thing that will just happen. He'll just show up and then, but like, I remember people were getting excited for Deadpool 2. People were getting excited about X-Force. Like I remember X-Force was a big deal, and then we know what happened in X-Force and Deadpool 2. So it's like, Ryan has good pull, and people kind of gravitate towards him. They want to have fun with it too, because also at this point too, the genre's gotten kind of stale. So like, I could have you. I mean, not that Wolverine is going to get killed like in 5 seconds or something like that, but like, I think the point is that they're just going to have fun with it, and then like I said, as long as it's balanced well and paced well, you could have it be where you think something crazy is going to happen, and then you could have it just completely subvert that and just go in a completely different direction, where it's like, remember, this is a Deadpool movie. We're having we're having fun here to a degree, but like I said, the heart is the biggest hurdle for me. That's like, what is the main focus of the actual movie? Like, is it him trying to make sure his friends and his loved ones, transcend over to the new timeline? Like, I gotta know. I like that. To me, I think could be like the real crux. The selling point is all of the crazy cameos and like bringing back things we love and stuff like that. But
I'm just wondering what that first teaser is going to be like. Like what? Like that thing is going to be. I mean, it could either. I don't know. I think it's going to be one of the best teasers probably ever because, yeah.
Well, it could either go one of a few ways. It'll either go corporate, where it just shows off the best stuff and like gets you really pumped for it, or it could go. Ryan could take in charge of the advertising and go the opposite direction, and just like it could literally just be Hugh Jackman and him dressed as their characters fighting with action figures and being like, "Get ready for Deadpool 3" or something, and then that's
that's probably what it would actually be. More. Yeah,
I mean,
it's gonna be something. I think it's gonna be something pretty brilliant. They're gonna have a lot of fun with that. Man, I can't wait.
Deadpool 2, right? They had it so that Cable walks out, but it's the unfinished effect, and then he made a joke about Justice League at some point, and then it was him in a cowboy outfit, like with Cable, like with a Cable action figure, right? So yeah, I mean,
there's stuff like that. I mean, it's
yeah, it could be anything. That's what I think people like about it, because Deadpool is unpredictable to a degree because of.
Well, like, Ryan Reynolds is unpredictable. That's why he's so perfect for the role. That's the thing. I remember even just making fun of the the mustache gate when it came to Justice League. For an aviation commercial, like he did that thing where he had a mustache on, and he was like, I forgot exactly what he said, but what the commercial was, and then he like took a drink, and then all of a sudden the mustache was like VFX'd out, and then he was just like, he kept on doing that. He's like that. He started doing it, looked ridiculous, and it was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Like everybody was talking about that whole thing, and he just turned it into a fucking commercial for his gin. Like what the hell? Like he did it in such a funny way, and it was perfect because you just like the mustache takes a drink and it's gone, like VFX'd out, and he's just like, and he just falls back, and he's just like, what the hell? And I'm like, perfect. Absolutely perfect.
I did.
Sorry, go on.
Again, I just wanted to ask Chris's opinion on knowing that we have all these announcements for continuations for to your point about fourth wall breaking, She-Hulk, for example, another kind of mixed bag opinion show. Would you like to see Deadpool just kind of stay in his own little tangent where they can pick and choose what to integrate with existing stuff, or would you want to see more of things that we've seen previously, kind of woven in?
With kind of how Phase 4 has been, in the sense of, they were left with a situation like, oh God, what do we do now? We put it all out there. So when people's like, I want to see more of the old stuff, I was like, okay, but the idea of them trying something different, and I liked it when we started off with WandaVision, and then we kind of end with Wakanda Forever. I was like, oh yeah, this whole thing's about trauma. This whole thing's about like PTSD and how we deal with different things. And did some of it work? Yes. Did some of it, not so work? Yeah. But I applauded Marvel for at least trying to put it out there and doing that. So, and I think Deadpool as a character, it runs the danger, as we're saying, like you overuse it, it loses its value. Like you keep on saying, Paul, you hope it has its heart. You hope that. So if you overuse Deadpool, that's the problem. Like you have to be careful. And I think Ryan has been very protective of the character, and I think even him considering bringing it over. I mean, Marvel could say, "Oh, we're bringing in Deadpool with or without you," but they respect Ryan enough, and Ryan's got enough pull to say, like, no, if you do it my way, I've got the proven track record. Look at how much money I've just made in Fox. Look at what I did with not having all this. Trust me, if you trust me and you trust what I'm going to do, he got Hugh Jackman back. Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful way that they did that too.
Yeah.
That announcement was perfect.
Oh yeah, and so to your point to saying, I would rather him. You can bring him in, but you have to use him carefully. And I think having Ryan still be a part of the character, I think Deadpool. I mean. Again, Secret Wars, wherever. I mean, he's going to be in that at that point. But you overuse him, you ruin it. You use him well, it'll be like, oh, Deadpool's in this. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, to support your point, like I love that Ryan is like again, it's that relatability factor. He's like us. Like he's a fan of the comics and he's a fan of the movies. And the first thing they did right after the Wolverine announcement and Hugh walking up the stairs, like a day or two later, they're like, okay, just to be clear, we're not fucking up Logan. Logan is its own thing. This is something entirely different. You'll understand when you see it. We can't tell you. And then they did the whole joke about them, you know, like mouthing over the music and stuff like that, and just like,
yeah.
But they were like, no, listen, like we're not trying to trample on any good shit from before. We're like, this is a whole other thing. Like, it's not gonna fuck that up. Because Logan is, because they're like, yeah, Logan's a fucking great movie, and that's like even for Hugh, that's probably the first thing he said. Yeah, he's like, I did Logan. Like,
well, one of the things that Hugh Jackman said when he watched, I think, like, because Deadpool came out Deadpool came out. Okay, so Logan
2 came out after Logan.
Yeah,
they have the joking at the beginning, right, where he's
true. Yes, with the he's stabbed. But I think like Logan was already being filmed or was filmed because that came out in 2017, right? Or 18. I can't remember.
I think it was 18 because 17 was Logan. I know that.
But it was already like done that this was it. That was done. But then I think Hugh Jackman was quoted on saying when he watched the first Deadpool movie, he went, fuck. Like, what the hell? I like damn it. Like, I want And so I think there's a quote where he just like when he saw the first Deadpool movie, he knew he was at that time already done with Logan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or like at least they filmed it or they were in the middle of it. He was just kind of like, really? You're going to throw this? I want to do this now kind of thing.
And I remember when they had that first image of the suit coming up, people were like, oh, why isn't it sleeveless? I said, okay, Hugh Jackman, we need to protect this man. I mean, he's already gone through enough skin cancer, like at that point. So let's protect his arms and be safe with that. But he's gone on the record in the sense of getting back into shape in any way, shape, or form for Logan. Like he said, if I don't have to eat plain chicken like 20 times a day in the pounds that rival The Rock, he says. And so again, we forget about like what again. Yes, they're getting paid millions of dollars. Oh, woe is them at that point, but. It takes a lot to get back into that kind of shape in forms at that point. Going back to what we were talking about with like Batman Begins, like Christian Bale came back on the set when audition coming back from The Machinist, and he looked like a bear, quote unquote, to Chris Nolan saying he did the wrong thing in that way.
I remember that too. It was like I remember Christopher Nolan in an interview. He said he had to sell to Warner Brothers that Christian Bale was his dude, but. Yeah. Like he was just going to be his Bruce Wayne, but Christian Bale was just coming off The Machinist, who was 121 pounds, just all blood. He's like, yeah, I had to sell it to him. Obviously, you've seen previous Christian Bale stuff. You could be like, okay, yeah, he's Bruce Wayne. But yeah, Christian Bale had to just eat nothing but meat and potatoes for 4 or 5 months and just lift heavy. And he got so big. I remember seeing images of him. He was like, just a beast. He had a beard. He was like, his face was like, big too. He just like got so, and then they had to like trim him up. Like his trainer had to be like, all right, you're too big. Now we got to like trim off probably about, how much did you gain? Oh yeah, we're going to trim off about 15, 20 pounds and get you like in, a little bit leaner. That's just crazy. But yeah, when it comes to Hugh Jackman, it's like, I mean, Hugh Jackman always keeps in shape, but it's not like Wolverine shape. And we know that he takes that very seriously, which is, it's funny too, because when you see that first X-Men movie, I mean, the story is just like, he didn't even have the role. And then the guy who got the role, which was, I forgot his name, but he was doing Mission Impossible 2. He was going to be the villain. He was the villain in Mission Impossible 2. Yeah. He decided to do that. Poor guy. I mean, even though I love Mission Impossible 2 and I will defend the shit out of that movie, John Woo, just saying. But it's like Hugh Jackman had to come in and he was like, he only had like 2 weeks to prep. So he was not, I mean, you look at like how he looked shirtless. It's nothing like how he looked in like Days of Future Past, especially.
Or just like just from X-Men to X2 at that point when you see him in the mansion just making that, like when there was a reason they put that out as the first official release where he is shirtless and saying, yep, I get it. That's him.
But I mean, now that he's like, obviously he has to get in that shape again. Yeah, I mean, but I think he really enjoys that. He enjoys that process. I think a lot, I think when somebody like it's not so much that he never falls out of shape because you see Hugh Jackman, he's always in shape, but to get into that Wolverine shape is a whole different beast where it's like, oh, you got to have veins popping and all the ripples.
Exactly, and this having the suit the way it is, he can
Yeah.
get into that shape, but not have to be in the full shape at that point.
I saw so many people complain that he has sleeves in that thing. It's like he got in all that shape to not. And I'm like, do you not think that we'll eventually see him shirtless in this movie? Of course, we're going to see him shirtless.
They need to bring the women in this movie. They need to bring the older audience. Come on, they got to sell this.
Got to put those in the seats.
How many? Not to go too heavy into spoilers, because I mean, but how many Wolverine variants are we going to see? I mean, there was even rumors. I think
that's the thing. Like, there's probably going to be like, I mean, this could be some kind of variant that we see in the suit. There's going to be like different variants. Yeah, I would not be surprised if there's going to be a whole thing where Deadpool's trying to find the right variant or something like that. Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe.
Yeah. But good on Hugh for, I mean, like I said, he posts his workout videos doing those deadlifts and shit like that, where I'm like, Jesus Christ, I probably couldn't do that right now. It's like, but good on him. I mean, he's dedicated, and he knows that people, love him as Wolverine and want to see. I mean, again, I think he had the same reaction that everybody else did. Is like, he was wrapping up Wolverine and we knew Logan was going to be like, that was going to be the send off. But then all of a sudden Deadpool comes out and everybody goes, shit, you two, can we have something? I mean, he's making in the first Deadpool movie, he makes jabs at you. Like, come on. And then now we're finally getting it. I mean, it was brilliant that he, came back. It was like, there's no way that they couldn't,
I think there I go again. Sorry. I guess I know I just mentioned I don't want too many member berries going on in this film personally, but yeah, I understand that Logan is its own standalone thing. I know that expectations been set, but I think what I've been frustrated now for 6 years is that I was really, really hoping to see X-23 again. Daphne King just rocked it.
We might.
Oh wow. Okay. Now I'm totally expecting it now, and I'm gonna hold you to that, Dave.
I know. I don't mean to build up. I don't mean to build it up for you, Rhea, but there's no end to what could happen in this movie. And from when and then there's people that are, I mean, there's things that are like, yeah, she might show up in the full costume. Who knows? We might get all that.
Travis has talked about, even on Marvel Alliance, and he's put this out, like, if you're bringing in the X-Men to it, give Logan a break for a bit, and instead introduce in the new MCU, the Wolverine, the first Wolverine, or one of the Wolverines being, the main one being Laura Kinney, X-23, instead of having it be Logan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, I think what they're doing too is this is going to be, I'm assuming this is going to be Hugh's last hurrah at this point, and then they may introduce the new Wolverine in this. They may wait till the X-Men show or movie or whatever they end up doing, because that's kind of probably where they want to do it. But I mean, honestly, if it's really good, at best we can get another kind of version of No Way Home, but it's all of Marvel, to a degree. Or worst case, we probably get something closer to Multiverse of Madness, which I also really enjoyed.
So did I.
So So
Sam Raimi,
I mean,
my guy, man.
Yeah. So,
but it's gonna be that multi. I mean, everybody was. I remember when people were disappointed, there wasn't enough cameos. Is that what you were watching it for? Yeah. It's still a Doctor Strange movie. I mean, there was cameos. There was these, different characters, different variants of characters. I thought that was enough, and we got a Fantastic Four introduction, and everybody wanted John Krasinski. So you got it. And yes, he did get turned into spaghetti, but hey,
we even got we got things we never thought we'd see. I mean, I would love to talk to Derrickson to this day, saying, right, okay, Marvel and you didn't, had creative differences. You were going one way with your horror, and they go Sam Raimi as your replacement at that point. I want to know how hard you were planning on going with your horror route for what you were thinking. That's what
I wondered too. Because I mean, and I just saw a quote that just showed up in the chat, just a little fan service. I'm wondering if Derrickson didn't want to do the fan service. He was like, no,
I think that's part of it too.
Yeah, I definitely think like he's very much a filmmaker that it's like, no, I just want to make my idea. I'm not trying to like do fan service. And I you know what? Doctor Strange, the first Doctor Strange movie is one of the best origin films. I think when it comes to origin films in the MCU, I think I like it second to Iron Man, to be honest. I think I like it more than Captain America and Thor. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think like when it comes to the origin stories and even just the overall movie, it's up there. Because I really enjoyed that first Doctor Strange movie. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. It's crazy and just the way it is, and the look of it, and the visual effects and the cinematography. I think it's just absolutely fantastic. And when it comes to even just overall, like if you take like overall superhero origins, it's one of the best ones, to be honest. So I can understand that he probably pushed back. He was like, no, I just want to make another Doctor Strange movie and not have to really tie it to the rest of the whole thing. And Feige was probably like, and everybody, they were like, no, we're doing this multiverse concept, and Doctor Strange is very, he's a part of that. We have to do that. And maybe he just didn't want to do it. Yeah. So they brought in Sam Raimi, who was like, all right, I'm game, but you have to let me do my Raimiisms. And thankfully they let him do his Raimiisms. And I was like, yes. All the zooms and just the way that he does his things. And I was like, he probably didn't care too much about, we have the cameos and blah, blah, blah. But as long as the Raimiisms were there, that's why I really enjoyed Multiverse of Madness.
The reason I really dug it too, and it's more so Raimi, I think, more than anything else, is because there is this MCU-ness, I should say, to a lot of the way the Marvel movies are shot or the way that the characters move and stuff like that. But maybe since like Infinity War, they just had this. It felt like a Marvel comic, if that makes any sense. Like the scene in Infinity War where they're fighting the Thanos's men there, and like Iron Man and Spider-Man are doing that like interactive moment, and then you cut to like Multiverse of Madness where Wong and Strange, are facing that, tentacle, like a big like one-eyed monster. Like that to me felt like a true comic. I was like, that's amazing. Like where he's doing one thing. He sees the action. He puts the drink down. He does like almost like the Superman-esque thing where he just jumps off the building and then transforms into the suit.
So good.
And then flies off. And it's like, that's a comic book. That's what I really dug about it. I feel bad because I'm in the minority. Now, granted, I should preface it's more so too because I'm not really a huge Doctor Strange guy in general. Like, I mean, I like him somewhat as a character, but I've always considered Doctor Strange just Iron Man, but with magic. And the movie didn't do it for me. Like the first one didn't really do it for me. Maybe that's why I liked Multiverse of Madness, because I like Strange in the other movies, like the
Infinity War. He was great.
Like the Avengers stuff, or even his cameo in Ragnarok, I thought was really cool. Like I liked him there, but I just never really liked him on his own. And Multiverse of Madness for that like kind of changed for me. And I liked it because the story is basically him kind of growing up and letting someone else like hold the knife. Basically, that's the whole message of the entire movie, is letting him kind of grow and share responsibility, other than say, because even in the Avengers movies, he does teamwork, but like every time he shows up, he dominates, like, or he does like all the big stuff. So even there, not so much. But in Multiverse of Madness, he finally like puts trust in someone else, and to that degree. And I thought that was like, I really dug that. So for me, I like Multiverse of Madness more because of that. But yes, it still has all this fan service. It still has all these cameos. It still has all these other things. But we're in the multiverse arc, so
Here we are. But the last thing I wanted to talk about with you guys was David Ayer. We're still, I mean, when it comes to everything, and it's funny too, because, obviously there's a whole like campaign where people still want Zack to come back to DC. And I'm like, I'm on the camp of, hey, no, let's leave him where he's at. He's building new stuff and everything. But, when it comes to Snyderverse stuff in DC, we still have an unreleased movie. And David Ayer now, and it's kind of funny because, and we're probably going to get more, and we have gotten more, is the fact that he's got a new movie coming out in January, Beekeeper, with Jason Statham, which looks like
Looks fun.
Yeah, it's a Jason Statham movie. It's got a little bit of a twist, and I'm like, okay, cool. And it's David Ayer, sweet, and I know David Ayer is not going to just be like, oh, I'm just putting out a Jason Statham movie where he's just like Jason Statham and he's just going to kick ass and do all that. There's going to be some depth to it. There's going to be, he's a beekeeper, for shit's sake. I love that. I love the fact that he's a beekeeper. Like, okay, all right, you have my attention. Jason Statham, beekeeper, and he kicks ass. All right, I'm all set.
Didn't have that on my bingo card, but here we are.
Did not have that on my bingo card either for 2014, but I'm going to be there and watching it. But obviously, when he gets interviewed, he's going to be talking about the Ayer cut, which is great because he is now pushing. And recently he said he's very confident. He's very confident that it's going to happen. And how are we feeling about that? Because to me, I'm like, all right, I want it to happen, and I really hope that it does. But with everything that's happened to DCU, I'm like, is he just firing on all cylinders and just like, let's see what happens? And who knows if it's going to happen? And it's just a pipe dream, or do we actually think that eventually this is going to happen?
I think, like, for me,
go ahead, Rhea.
Go.
Yeah, it's this feeling of, yes, I want to see this creator's vision as they truly intended it, and I want them to have that fulfillment in their life. Absolutely. And my connection to these characters has deepened than the surface level, theater cut, and then into, the extended cut that I, enjoyed a lot more as well. So I'm invested in these characters, and I would love to see them, like, in their quote unquote final form, or like as they, were intended to be displayed. So like I have a vested interest, as well as, like, the optimism of, like, seeing an artist, get their vision out there. The third thing, though, that is kind of, holding me back from being as, like, super, like, yes, like, I would love for this to happen, like, or it should happen, like, where I would love to see it happen, but should it happen is where, like, it's kind of like opening up Pandora's box. And some would argue that it's kind of already, been opened a little bit. Like, you can't unring the bell, basically. Like, once you release this, the truly intentional, version of, like, a film like Zack Snyder's Justice League, for example, there's going to, be the presence of an audience that has really been focusing on getting this this story told. But now there may be, some division on, like, the expectations of, okay, where do we go to next? Like, I've been, connected to the Suicide Squad's narrative and their characters for going on, whenever this film gets released, let's say, like, almost like the greater half of like a decade, let's say. And as has been a lot of other people. I guess, like, my point is that, they're the feeling of, yes, like, I'm not ready to, like, just, rest on these characters ending in this sort of way. And I'm wondering if there are also going to be compromises in order to get characters in a position of, like, having a resolution completely in the David Ayer cut versus, like, it leading into, or setting expectations potentially for open doors going into, potential future products or films, I should say. So that's kind of, like, where I'm, like, a little worried. Like, are there going to be, like, loose ends in a final product that will keep me, hanging on for, potential future let's say, like, references or iterations of these characters as they're presented on the screen? Or will there be, again, like I said, some compromises on Ayer's part to still present, a story that fulfills his, creative outlet, while maybe being a little bit more catered to the current state of DC as the DCU, where, like, he may have intentionally or originally intended on it leading into, more content within the DCEU, but in order to get the version of the film out that is truly his own, maybe seeing again, like I mentioned again, like, compromises on his end where I had this original intention, but I'm willing to make this concession in order to get my film out, and I'm still happy with the final result. So that's what I'm saying. Loose ends versus like compromises.
So I'll say this much. Again, we're going to compare it to the Snyder Cut, because the Snyder Cut is that's the definitive way, in my opinion.
Of course,
Snyder Cut had tremendous loose ends. Granted, it was all at the very end of the movie, but like a lot of loose ends that may never get resolved. So me personally, I say whatever the cut was before Deadpool came out, and then Warner Brothers had him, like, basically took the movie from him and had trailer people re-edit the movie, as clearly it's evidence that that's the case. Whatever that version of the movie was, I'd say maybe try to get that version put out. Ayer has said that it's done, not visually, not like the VFX, but like the cut that he had made, that's done.
So it's gonna be less work than Snyder had to do.
Oh, way less.
Yeah. So finalize that, get it done, put it out. Now, as to it coming out, that's where I'm iffy, because as a fan, I want it to come out. I kind of want, I don't know what the future holds, but for right now, I want, the Snyderverse, kind of completed from what it was supposed to be, which is Snyder's 3 movies, Wonder Woman, and David Ayer's Suicide Squad. That to me is the original Snyderverse before it started, like, turning into other stuff. But yeah, I'm just trying to. But I'm glad that Ayer's confident. I'm glad that he seems like if it happens, awesome. I want that. I want it to happen. But I really don't know if it's going to, at least right now, because, like, and I'm talking more WB heads. It seems like they're just trying to strive away from anything related to the Snyderverse, period. They just want whatever is the new thing, and Joker 2 and Batman 2 and Penguin show, and that's it. And like whatever else, like animated shows, but they're staying away from the Snyderverse. And like, I don't know what James Gunn is like in behind the scenes and stuff, but like personally, I don't even know if he's a guy that's going to want to put out what could be a superior Suicide Squad to even his own version of Suicide Squad. And because the fans are going to jump on that immediately. I mean, I'm not a person who's going to go and like rant online about how this is so much better than like, the other version, but like,
oh, come on, join the fun crowd, just
but like, I'm going to say, oh, I love this over the theatrical cut. Like, this is what we should have gotten in theaters. I will say that, like, I'm going to make a point to say that online, but like, I don't know, James Gunn, I don't see James Gunn rushing out to put it out. Like, even Ayer had said in the past that Gunn has been like, oh, just wait, man, just wait. Let us do our stuff first. Then we'll put your thing out. So maybe he's gotten like a thumbs up, like once Legacy's done, so maybe in 2025, who knows? But personally, like, I'm glad that he's positive, and I want, like I said, I want it to come out, because like I want that closure. I want to see his original intended version. I want to see Harley Quinn and Deadshot get together in that movie and see essentially what Harley's arc was supposed to be, was that she got away from Joker in that movie instead of whatever the hell was in the theatrical, and then Birds of Prey happened, and like, and it was just like, what? Like, I was just kind of confused by all of that. But the whole Bonnie and Clyde thing, like, yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't know. I want to be positive, and I want to say that it should come out, and that it needs to come out. But I really don't think that Warner Brothers right now, or James Gunn for that matter, want it to really come out, at least for right now. It's going to probably be another couple years before we actually see it, but he seems really confident. So, I mean, that's cool, but like, show me a written in paper, show me a confirmed thing. That's what I'm going to say.
I think right now, like with some of the stuff that he's, obviously talking about and what we might actually hear in the future, it's like the fact that he's now expressing the hardship that he went through during making the movie, and how it just really just. I mean, I think the most recent thing that he said is like, yeah, it just kind of like ripped from his soul. Like he was like, this was not, they wanted to do this movie, and it just like, and it's always going to be that movie. I mean, he's made, I don't know how many movies he's made now, but I mean, those always have been the movies that he's wanted to make, but except for Suicide Squad, even though it's kind of funny because now Suicide Squad and The Suicide Squad is now on Netflix, and
it's trending.
And it was trending, and it was funny because his Suicide Squad trended at number 6, and James Gunn's The Suicide Squad trended at like 10, which was kind of funny. It was like, oh, people were more like involved in your interest, but it's like it was like one of those things where it was like, but he's very much it's not a Snyder cut situation, because he still will. I mean, Snyder wanted nothing. He touched nothing when it came to Justice League. Nothing. And then of course when he did talk about it, I think the first time he talked about it was Justice Con, like the first Justice Con, and he even said that he would burn, if he even saw like a frame of whatever the fuck, he would burn it with fire. And then we've even heard that Christopher Nolan and his wife Debbie saw that version, and Christopher Nolan told Debbie, do not show him this movie at all. And Zack saw posters, around billboards and whatever, saw the colorful posters, and that was one of the reasons why he turned his cut into black and white, and then he posted things in black and white. Totally different situation, like, because David Ayer is still very much like, hey, even though this is not my version, I'm still going to promote like, hey, people are still like it. And it still made a bunch of money and blah, blah, blah. And he's still very much a company man when it comes to this. I mean, Zack wanted nothing to do with Warner Brothers, obviously, that's what's so interesting, because Zack went like rogue and said, fuck it all. And then I'm going to post things and blah, blah, blah. And then it ended up happening, and he got $70 million to finish it. David Ayer does not need that. If anything, he needs $7 million. That's the most. That's what I've heard. $7 million just to finish it. And now, but it's a totally different situation. And of course, he's praising James Gunn and saying, hey, I'm looking forward to Superman Legacy. James Gunn he was quoted, he said, he's like, he's the bravest man in Hollywood right now, which, in the context of taking on and trying to build up DC and DC Studios and taking on a new Superman. Yeah, that's pretty brave. I will give it that, regardless of like how you feel about James Gunn, that's a task. To like be like, all right, I'm going to do Superman. Okay, I'm going to co-run DC Studios, which is something that everybody wanted. So that is, I can understand why David Ayer said that, and he's very much being the company man. Different situation, and I hope that eventually, I mean, I'm one of those too, where I'm optimistic, and I like the fact that he's talking about it right now, but I would not be surprised if we don't see it for a couple of years.
Yeah, and it's not so much it's not so much that I've always been of the belief that being a kiss ass only gets you so far, to a degree. I'm not saying that necessarily David Ayer is kissing like all the ass. I think he does believe in James to a degree, but at the same time, it's more the policies of the company right now that they're
focused on their new universe.
Yeah, and they're just not focusing on anything Snyderverse. Period. Like even Snyderverse adjacent or related to.
Yeah,
it. So
I'm tacking it up to like a Donner situation, or maybe it just like years from now we'll get it. We'll finally get it, because Donner. I mean, that happened. When did we get the Donner cut?
Mid 2000s. I feel.
I know, right? It was so long. I'm not saying it's gonna take that long.
God, I hope not.
I hope not either, but it's going to take some more time. The Snyder Cut thing was just, again, like what's her name said, it was a phenomenon. Like people just went full force. Sadly, they're not doing the full force thing with the Ayer cut, but when it came to the Snyder Cut, that was just a whole different beast.
Yeah.
And,
that was just baggage with it.
A lot of different baggage. And but I think like, you know, I'm not gonna just be like, oh yeah, the Ayer cut's coming out next year or something like that. But I do think eventually there will be a time where we actually do see it. But yeah, right now, like with what Warner Brothers and DC is doing, they're gonna need a couple of like, you know, W's under under their label before they start thinking about doing a director's cut, you know.
I mean, me personally, even like when the Suicide Squad was coming out and James wasn't in charge of anything yet, and they were campaigning even then, you know, I mean, they've been campaigning almost as long as they have the Snyder Cut at this point to a degree. Once the Snyder Cut stuff started actually building up and then was confirmed, but like, I originally I said, you know, look, I'm talking business strategy. I'm not even talking your inner politics. Like, you need more hits on your streaming service. You need more new content. Like, it's if it costs like as little as 7 million, if that's true, then yeah, fucking do it. Put it out. Fucking even Jared Leto was like, yeah, you have a streaming service. Like, use it. Like, you know, like put it out there. So it's like, but now I'm even wondering too, because just the company itself has just been so like on kilter, and like they're losing money here and there. Like, what is even the status of Max right now? And I only ask because like it seems, because I have other streaming services, and it just seems like all these other things are now getting licensed out to other streaming services that aren't Max and stuff, or Max doesn't have enough to. I mean, I think the Penguin show is going to be on Max, obviously, but like,
well, Max got a W this week. All the A24 films are going to be exclusively put on Max now, which that's good. You know, I mean, you know, it's funny because I even said that when I was on, I think it was my members only stream on Wednesday. I was like, you know, when it comes, if I had to pick between all the streaming services, I would pick Max just because of the library it has. Like, I get it.
Massive library.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, that's what drives me to it. And I wish they would actually use that as a selling point a little bit more. Like, I get you want to put new content on it as much as possible, but man, sometimes I'm like, I go, you know, searching for, I'm like, you know, I want to watch an old movie, and I go in that Turner Classic movie like category. I'm like, holy shit, I haven't seen this in a while, and I'll just put it on. I'm like, it's got a great library.
Yeah.
And yes, it's got new content too, but not as much as like some of the others, sure. But
that's like the thing too, is like, I feel whoever runs their department in like advertising, I mean, yeah, you've got like House of Dragon, you've got like new season of Harley Quinn, you got the Penguin show, but like I'm not seeing like the same push, like where I'm seeing like even with Disney and all of their financial trouble right now, like I'm still getting pushes for like all these certain content things that are going to be on Disney Plus that make me want to go back to the service consistently. Max is just massive library. Cool, great. I'm glad for that. But like, I'm not seeing a push to like push Max out that much. Like, it's just like, I don't know. And I'm wondering if they're just waiting in the wings until Universal buys them out, and then it's Peacock Max, and then it's you know, or whatever the next fucking stage is now. So it's like,
it's interesting with the, you know, one, I'm with everyone here. I want to see it.
Oh yeah,
there's an audience for it, but to what we're also saying too, they have to get the new universe off the ground before they consider it. But they also realize, despite us being fans and the community being fans, how much is it going to make them? And that's what it's going to come down to for them. Is like, what is this going to make us? What is this going to do for us? And so right now, despite hemorrhaging here or there, making poor decisions of tax write-off and things like that, it's not worth it to them to do this. I like that David Ayer is talking about it, being positive about it. He's had conversations with James Gunn. Yeah, they're right. It's not the right time for it to put out.
I'm gonna say this because, or at least this is my personal opinion. As you guys know, it's not a news flash that I'm a huge fan of the Snyderverse to begin with, and obviously, Chris, I would assume that you are as well.
I think we all are. I think we're all pretty Snyderverse fans here.
The last thing, I think it would be profitable for Max or on physical, or even a mini theatrical release, whatever they'd wanted to do if they were to put out the Ayer cut. I think it would be profitable to them personally. I think the last thing that the WB heads want, as far as the DC universe is concerned, is one of their older movies from like God, how many years ago now? 7 years ago.
Yeah, 7 years ago.
Getting more
that was
press
profitable then.
It made like almost 800
Academy
million.
Award winner. Let's not forget.
Academy
and that was
an Academy Award.
And that was the shitty theatrical cut. Like, and people still dress as that Harley Quinn to this day, every Halloween. Like, it's crazy, but it would be profitable. I know in my heart it would be profitable, but the last thing that Warner Brothers wants is their movie from like 7 years ago trending and making more headway than their newer stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
no,
that's just how it is.
What it comes down to. Yeah, they want egg on their face. They already had enough of it.
Yeah, they've bet plenty. For sure.
That's why I think we're in a Donner situation here, where we might not get it for a couple of years. You know, it's like going to be one of those things. If like they come up with like a library of things on Max, maybe, or whatever the hell, it's like, oh yeah, and then a director's, hey, you want to see the Ayer cut? Well, we have it right here. And then, I mean, obviously it's not going to cost that much, but at the same time, Warner Brothers is still trying to be there. I mean, they're canceling movies to save money, to do tax write-offs. So even just like forking over, like, hey, here you go, David Ayer, here's $7 million for you to finish this cut of a movie from 7 years ago that was already profitable for us. I mean, there's so many different things. Like I said, it's not the Snyder cut situation, because it's not, I mean, the Snyder cut, it's so it just reached to pop culture, mainstream, because anytime you talk about a director's cut, you say release the so-and-so cut. That became such a thing when it came to the Snyder cut, and everybody's talked about it. It's in fucking Barbie, for God's sakes. I mean, and Snyder talked about that too, and he's like, the joke's great. It's not about really me. It's more about the fans. It's like, yeah, true. But I mean, the fact that Barbie, the biggest movie of the year, the most profitable movie of the year, has a Snyder cut joke in it. That's how big that got. So, but sadly, the whole Ayer cut thing is like, it could get some steam, but it's just never going to be that beast, sadly, as the Snyder cut was. I mean, I don't know how it could, I don't know. It's just it sucks.
I think if Warner Brothers had been smart in 2021, granted, different people running it at the time, who have since been fired, but like, if they were smart, if the Snyder cut was such a huge thing, I would have released the Ayer cut like a couple months later. I would have gone to him and been like, "Hey, we want to build on this momentum." And
to be honest, like I remember the first time Brandon Davis came on for comicbook.com, he actually had he said that they should release the Ayer cut before the Suicide Squad comes out. We're in a pandemic. We have a streaming service. Why not just release like this alternate version of a Suicide Squad before we get the new Suicide Squad? That's going to be a slightly different version. He said that. I was like, that's a good idea. They should do that, but they didn't. And now it's like almost seems like a missed opportunity. It was like if they would have just when all that was happening, be like, hey, you guys know that there's a new Suicide Squad movie coming out? Well, we have this alternate version, director's cut version, Ayer cut version of the Suicide Squad you could watch before you lead into the new Suicide Squad. Yeah. And it was a totally missed opportunity, sadly. But so now it's like, well, what do we do now?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, again, I'm with you though. Hopefully not the length of time with Donner. We will see it eventually. I mean, Batgirl's more of a thing where it was a tax write-off. I don't think legally it will ever see the light of day. I mean, we'll probably, at best, see highlight reels in some sort of like
some kind of leak or something,
or some documentary,
we'll see
or
someone
something
recording from a camera phone on a camera phone.
Right, it'll be something like that. But Ayer cut, there's no legality to it really never seeing the light of day. It's literally just there to make a profit. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't do it. I think even this is how bad it was. Even I don't know if you guys watched the Honest trailers. Like when they did the Honest trailer for Gunn's version, they made a joke that like the thing that Peacemaker is trying to keep from the world or something on the digital disc or whatever was like the Ayer cut as a joke, because it's like even they were kind of like, you know what, like whatever, like why
it's out there. It's out there. It's just not as big as the Snyder cut thing. That's the thing. It is out there, and it sucks because I remember I think when Zach has been on the Vodka stream, I think we brought it up and he goes, you know what, I should talk. Oh, no, I think it was a Justice Con stream that he was on, and I think somebody brought up the Ayer cut. He goes, you know what? I should probably talk to David Ayer. But it's like, but at the same time, Zach's so busy. It's like we can't, if Zach were to come on, come back on the Vodka stream, I'm not gonna be like, hey, have you talked to David Ayer? I'm not gonna like, do that because it's like. I mean, he's so wrapped up in what he's doing now. I'm not going to just be like, hey, you should really help out your boy that was, continuing your universe a little bit and use his Joker. I'm not going to do that because, I mean, he's got so much going on right now. I don't want to, I don't want to be that guy.
I think like after, hearing y'all's, points, again, I kind of want to reemphasize, the expectation setting and the like, what does the weight of someone making a public statement who is arguably a decision maker, or at least like, someone whose influence would be, taken seriously on a topic, what weight does that, would carry on studios to put more weight on the release of this content, and if that content sets the precedent for even more content to come out. And I don't want to denounce the desires of fans to see this work come out, and wanting to hear quote unquote decision makers be public about this, knowing that this movement exists to see the film come out. I am just saying that it's not beholden on, affiliates of the IP to, carry on that, that desire for the fans. Like fans should not, project that desire onto other creators, even if they are affiliated with what they want to see. So I don't agree with that. And also I don't agree with putting the creators who are adjacent to an IP in that position where they do feel compelled to make a statement. I don't agree with that either. So basically my point is that it is very much, a fan movement, and I'm, as optimistic and hopeful, and I put a lot of value into, it coming into the goal coming into fruition. But I think some expectations need to be, tampered or set as far as, what we can expect as far as, backing from quote unquote decision makers or folks who want to see this product come out. Of course, the artist, David Ayer, wants to see this come out, and he's been very vocal throughout the entire, time since the theatrical cut came out. But I don't agree with, again, I'm saying this again, I don't agree with having that same desire projected onto other people to campaign for it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree with that because it's just such a different situation. I mean, it would have been kind of cool if if there was like a joint thing that happened, like, when the Snyder Cut thing was, I was like, okay, Snyder, you need 70 million. David Ayer, 7. Okay, cool. You guys can get both, and then we can do it as a package. If there was something that could have happened there, but at the same time, it's just two different situations, and we'll get it eventually, but it's just not the same situation as it once was before. And I say David Ayer can continue pushing it out there, but and talking about it and keep talking about it with every interview that you do. But it's going to take time. It might take some time, and eventually we'll get a resolution for it. But
I would agree with you, Dave. The only thing I would just say to fans is keep pushing for it.
Yeah, keep pushing for it.
Don't harass per se, but trend. Use the hashtag. Bring up good memories from the movie. Keep watching it on fucking Netflix, because who knows? Yeah, we'll talk about Netflix in a second. I want to bring that up real quick. I think you want to even mention in one of your posts, Dave. But regardless, keep talking about it, because that's what keeps it alive. Like, keep talking about it, keep trending, keep it in the conversation, because even when I talk to anybody about the Snyderverse, or I talk about that DC universe, I always bring it up to be like, and I still want that. I still want to see it, even with all of the weird costume choices and everything else. Like, there's something in that movie that got me excited and got me interested to want to keep watching it or keep dissecting it a little bit. So there's something in there, and I want to see the Ayer cut. So the best you can do is just keep talking about it, because granted, there were some more hostile fans than others, but the reason why Snyder Cut happened is because fans persisted and kept trending and kept talking, to the point where it got studio heads to be like, maybe they keep talking about it. There's got to be something here, So that's all they can do in the meantime. But I'm with Dave. We're gonna get it. We will get it within. I would be shocked if we don't get it within the next decade. I mean, that's putting it far out, but that's like, I would be shocked if we don't.
I think so. And what's the Netflix thing that you were gonna talk about?
Oh no, it's more speculation than anything else. It's just I thought it was interesting because all of the previous DC movies are now going to Netflix and stuff like that. Specifically, the Snyderverse movies. I don't think the Ultimate Edition or the Snyder Cut are there.
No,
but like I just thought that was interesting that Stuber there was talking about that and just saying, the more Zack we can get on there, the better. So I thought.
Well, I've always thought about that too. Where it's like, obviously they're totally all about Zack. I mean, look at how much they're pushing when it comes to Rebel Moon right now, and I think they would very much. And I said this a little while ago too on Film Junkie Live. I was like, I mean, it'd be cool if they had a Zack Snyder category. And just had all his films on there. Yeah, just have his films on there.
They might just call it the Snyderverse.
They could.
There you go.
On Max, don't they have categories for film directors like Scorsese and stuff like that too that you can choose from?
Exactly.
So why not?
So have something like that on there. I mean, obviously there's always that the certain section that thinks like, oh, they're gonna want to revive and bring Zack back to DC, and I'm like, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about just having his library of movies where you can go on there and you could just see like, oh yeah, if you like this, if you like Rebel Moon, here's other Zack Snyder movies. There's Sucker Punch, 300, Man of Steel, BVS, Ultimate Edition, and all this stuff like that. You could actually access that. And I was like, and I remember saying that a while ago. I was like, that'd be cool if like Netflix put a category and you have all his films right there. And hopefully eventually they will get something like that. But of course, there's all the licensing stuff. There's all the fees and everything. And I think that's what I'm kind of wondering when it comes to why, there's not the Snyder Cut on there and not the Ultimate Edition. I'm like, I know there's logistics when it comes to licensing. I mean, obviously it's not him that's doing the licensing. It's Warner Brothers. There's going to be a different license for the the Ultimate Edition of BVS, and there's going to be a different licensing for the Snyder Cut of Justice League. That's why they're like, okay, we have the regular cuts, and the Justice League,
But I was bringing that up too because it's more so like we were talking earlier, the fact that they just seem to be hemorrhaging money to a degree, like the Coyote Acme thing and everything else. I mean, it's more of a long shot, but I think even realistically, we could even be in a position where like Warner Brothers is like, we'll sell you the Ayer cut and you can put it out. Like if you pay for the VFX, you pay us like $10 million or something. It's all yours.
That could be something too.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, like why not? If Netflix takes the win instead, like who cares? Like as long as we get David Ayer's intended version, I'm all for it.
Didn't think about that. There's a certain way to use that to sell the Netflix hashtag. Anyways, we'll go ahead and wrap it up right there. We're going over 4 hours, so we'll go ahead and do that right here. We'll just wrap it up. Chris, obviously being the guest today. Great talking to you, man.
Thank you for having me
obviously
on.
You're welcome back every time. You are now part of the Vodka Stream family, and hope we'll have you back for sure. Yeah, so I'll be hitting you up and be like, "You want to come on? Come on."
You put up the signal, man. If I'm available,
I'll hit you up on the red bat phone for sure. Yeah, man.
I'm still on Twitter, so
I know.
It'd be easy to find me
for sure. But go ahead and plug away anything posts, anything you're working on right now, and of course your podcast.
You can follow me on Twitter at Chris Balga. Any of the socials, you'll find me there. both podcasts, World's Finest True Believers and Marvel Alliance, are both found on the Geek Ultimate Alliance network feed on all podcasts of choice. Or if you want to see our live stuff, go to the Geek First Podcast channel on YouTube.
There it is. Geek First, everybody. All right. Rhea, what do you got?
Yeah. I am on Twitter. my handle is below. It's pretty consistent on all the platforms that I'm on. And yeah, I usually talk about, movies and games with my friends online, and I occasionally, guest on their panels as well. So yeah, if you want to, keep up with, anything that I'm involved in, I definitely share it online and give notice on new stuff that I'm working on as well. But yeah, you'll see me pop in on panels here and there, and I make sure to share it on Twitter. That's where I am primarily. And yeah, I'm looking forward to connecting with more people.
There it is. All right, Paul, what you got?
Not
much.
I'm just a guy.
Just a guy. He's a guy that's very knowledgeable on a lot of this stuff. That's what it is.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Yeah. Dave's first meeting was, "Who are you?" And I'm just a guy.
Yeah. I mean, we met at full circle, and we had
guy.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. It was like full circle. We started talking. We were all waiting for like our rides, and with the second night, and we just started talking to Paul. We were like, "Wow, this guy knows his shit," So, and then the Sunday, we all just like went to a restaurant, and we just had a freaking conversation for like 2 hours, and it was like, "All right, this guy, I'm gonna get him on the vodka stream."
Thank you,
been
sir.
fun. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, my socials are pmickey1988 on Instagram. Feel free to follow me or message me if you'd like. And Paul Panhook on Vero. I don't go on Vero as much, but again,
I don't know.
Yeah, but feel free to message me on either one or follow. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
There it is. All right, guys. Well, this has been fun. Thank you to Jordan for showing up, and thank you to Travis as well. Hopefully, Travis is like staring at the screen going, "This is the best Godzilla movie ever." We'll see what he has to say about Godzilla. So, yeah, thank you to them. And thank you, of course, to Chris, Rhea, Paul. We will talk to you guys later.